went to Ottawa for it, and it was
Good morning. This is your 30-second warning.
It was really good.
Yeah.
Well, you still had 30 seconds. You didn't have to stop immediately. Don't you wish you had that kind of control in class, Mr. Nielsen?
I thought we did. Obviously, we didn't.
I always respected the teacher when they said it was
I've heard that over and over and over again from you.
All right, we're going to call the September 26th council meeting to order. Do we have anybody registered for open mic? Perfect. Looking for an adoption of the agenda. Councillor Lonsdale. Any additions or deletions? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 7, consent agenda.
I move that City Council accepts the consent agenda without debate. Regular council meeting minutes of August 22nd, 2022. Council event attendance and per diem reports for August, September 2022.
Moved by Councillor Lonsdale. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 10, Committee of the Whole. Who is leading that? Good morning. I don't think it's on. Is that mic on, Dee?
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Thank you.
Alrighty. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Today I'm here to present to you the 2021-2022 Winter Emergency Shelter Overview. Oh, yep. Okay. There we go. Is that better? Okay. Could I get the slides up? Thank you. Alrighty, I'll go to slide 2. Perfect. Today's topics I will be highlighting are the history, the timeline, the statistics and demographics, the stakeholders, the BYLAWS services successes, BYLAWS services challenges, and project successes, project challenges, and the project budget. Prior to the 2021 to 2022 winter shelter, there were 3 previous shelters that we had in our community. A winter shelter at the Civic Building was opened and operated by city volunteers in 2018 and 2019. The Lighthouse Church ran the winter shelter in 2019 to 2020. The Camrose Open Door ran the winter shelter from 2020 to 2021. With the winter shelter at the Civic Building, there were community concerns, nuisance concerns, safety concerns, and it negatively impacted our community's overall sense of safety. On December 6th of 2021, a 24/7 warming shelter was opened and operated on the 37A Avenue out of trailers. And it closed its doors on May 31st, sorry. So here's a timeline of events from August 2021 to May of 2022. So in August, a space was provided for a legal encampment near the Walmart, which included fire pits, porta potties, and a waste disposal. In September, City Council directed FCSS to set up an encampment on 37A Avenue on the road allowance as a temporary warming shelter 24/7 until March 31st. In October, administration provided council with a verbal update on October 25th that included the relationships with the Musquecheese Cree Tribal Council, grant and lobbying efforts, reaching out to possible shelter operators, private security possibilities, in-kind gift requests, and a proposed agreement between the GOA and an authorized shelter provider. The successful grant award of $150,000 from the Reaching Home federal funding was discussed. Council approved a motion to begin spending the $150,000 after receiving a commitment letter from the Rural Development Network. On November 8th, Administration continued to work with the Winter Shelter Advisory Committee, the Guiding Coalition of Homelessness, to continue exploring alternate options to provide emergency shelter for the city's vulnerable population. Administration also worked on procuring a trailer encampment that meets the proposed shelter operators' minimum requirements for an overnight winter shelter. On November 12th, administration acquired those trailers to satisfy council's motion, but the trailers cost slightly more than what the RDN had allocated. City Council approved funding in the amount of $35,000 to finalize the trailer lease, and the funds were to come from the contingency reserve. On December 6th, the winter shelter operated by the Edmonton Mustard Seed opened, starting from 3 p.m. till 10 a.m., 7 days a week. This shelter went to 24/7 on December 17, 2021. In January, City Council directed administration to work with RCMP in closing the encampment located on 5800 37A Avenue, with the respecting cultural sensitivity provided by current stakeholders. Administration worked with identify factors to consider by enclosing the encampment. In February, the encampment on 5800 37A Avenue closed, and a storage container provided by the Musqueam Cree Tribal Council was delivered to allow community members to store their belongings while they were utilizing the warming shelter. Also in February of 2022, the Hope Mission presented a potential long-term solution to Council. In March, administration had been working proactively with Avenue Living to increase the police presence around the mall that they had been observing. Since we started working with Avenue Living, we noticed a slight decrease in events. Administration will continue to work with Avenue Living and will keep council informed as this file progresses. The shelter was extended until April 30th. In April, the Government of Alberta provided extra funding to extend the shelter until April 30th. And on May 31st, the shelter operated by the Mustard Seed was closed due to the lack of funding. The Mustard Seed has provided me with the following stats for the winter shelter. From opening its doors on December 6th and closing on May 31st, the shelter had a total of 301 clients that accessed the shelter. This number includes the unhoused, no fixed address, transients, precariously housed, and housed individuals. Of the 301 clients, there were 3,986 daily check-ins at the shelter. 76 of those clients accessed daily services that includes meals, sleep, clothing, washrooms, shower, hygiene, external agency referrals, home care, medical care, meeting with workers, first aid, mental health and crisis intervention. There were 11 suicide interventions, 83 mental health interventions, 118 medical interventions, 16 detox referrals, and 16 referrals to mental health. At this time, there were numerous stakeholders seated at the table, and these stakeholders include the Mustard Seed, the Government of Alberta, Samson Community Wellness, Musqueam Cree Tribal Council, Alberta Health Services, Musqueam Health Services, and many more organizations. These collaborations involved, but were not limited to, shelter support staff, counseling services, home care support, medical assistance, addiction counseling, detox and treatment services, and AISH applications, housing applications, and navigating the legal system, native counseling, food, and clothing. The operations of the shelter greatly benefited from all these partnerships. Next, we're going to go into the BYLAWS services successes. So from December of 2021 to March 31st of 2022, we observed a small number of community standard calls while the shelter was in operation. We saw community standards concerns remain low from December 2021 to March 2022 during the full operation of the Mustard Seed Shelter. The partnership with the Mustard Seed Shelter and law enforcement became a valued asset and allows officers the ability to return to community policing and being able to offer community support to the vulnerable population. Area businesses also having the ability to have open communication with the Mustard Seed Shelter regarding concerns affecting their business in relation to the vulnerable population and working towards solutions. And then we'll go into the challenges. So at the start of April 2022, we observed a steady increase in community standard calls, with the shelter beginning to inform the clients of the pending closure. With the closure of the shelter, we experienced a 70% increase in loitering, a 56% increase in trespassing, which was related to encampments, which tied up various department resources, 80% increase in public intoxication and liquor offenses. The brief 80% spike in community standard concerns like littering and graffiti again was due to the closure of the mustard seed shelter. With the increased incidents with our vulnerable population, it has reduced the available resources to perform proactive patrols and public education within the community. Concerns with the public perception of our wonderful community with the increase in loitering around local businesses. We have observed that the public nuisance complaints and trespassing is no longer localized to a small area of the city and has now spread to the most areas of the city, raising concerns with residents of the city. With the removal of illegal encampments, there are not easily accessible resources for our vulnerable population. And then into our project successes. So our integrated stakeholder supports. So during the shelter's operations, there were numerous stakeholders present at the table. These partnerships were a great contribution in assisting the shelter and its clients. These stakeholders provided mental health interventions, detox supports, which included Samson Community Wellness, who provided a Camp Wahilo. Shelter clients were also able to access ID clinics. The 24/7 access to an emergency shelter. So during the cold months, the vulnerable population had access to a 24 shelter. This included many services, but not limited to food, clothing, hygiene, medical supports, mental health supports, and many more services that benefited the clients. The GOA funded, so the Government of Alberta provided approximately $1 million to fund the operations of the shelter from December 2021 to May of 2022. The shelter provider's history and experience. The Mustard Seed opened its first location in Calgary in 1984. Today, the organization has locations in Calgary, Edmonton, Red Deer, Medicine Hat, as well as in Kamloops, British Columbia. With over 38 years of experience, all of their facilities provide a wide range of programs and services to the most vulnerable community members. The BYLAWS services response. While the shelter was open, BYLAWS services experienced a low community standard concerns and collaborated with the Mustard Seed to work on supporting the vulnerable population. The project challenges, so the facilities, so trailers that relied on propane for power faced a challenge because of the low propane levels due to the cold would result in power outages, which would then provide no use of bathroom services, heat, or power. To ensure that these inefficiencies were reduced, we proactively worked on finding an effective solution. These are frequent reasons why electrical systems and above-ground pipes malfunction during the winter months. Showers, showers were difficult to come by. Showers at the Manlack Center could only be used to anyone who could provide proof of a COVID vaccine due to the restriction exemption program. Public health and the shelter provider and administration collaborated to find a solution. Eventually, we were able to utilize the shelter and the drill hall, or utilize the showers at the drill hall. Additionally, we were able to coordinate showers availability at the Manlack Center once the REP program came to an end. COVID-19, so early on, the COVID-19 pandemic led to capacity restrictions of 25. The shelter spent a good amount of time in an outbreak status. This was challenging since there was nowhere for them to isolate from those who aren't infected with COVID-19, and the shelter operator used a creativity to create a private area in the shelter, in the trailers for isolation. Funding, so the shelter had to shut its doors on May 31st due to no more funding available at the time. Startup and transition costs, so the costs of setting up the trailers were unpredictable, as well as the transition to close. Since there were a few damages to the trailer, we did not account for those initial costs within the initial costs of the trailers. The community response, Administration communicated information when it became available. Nonetheless, the community's reaction was divided, resulting in speculations about who was responsible for what when it came to the operation of the shelter. The Rural Development Network awarded a grant for the winter shelter project with a budget of $150,000. However, the cost of the trailers had exceeded this amount, requiring administration to request to council for an additional $35,000, which council approved on November 12th. The shelter's final overall cost was less than $184,000. Administration has requested additional funding to replace the $35,000 that the council had contributed. We have not yet heard back on if we've received those grant dollars or not. Thank you for listening to my 2021-2022 Wetaskiwin Winter Shelter Emergency Overview. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councilor Billingsley.
I move that City Council accept the presentation titled 2021-2022 Winter Emergency Shelter Overview dated September 26, 2022 as information.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for the report. A couple of questions. I don't know if you've got answers for me. You identified that there were 16 referrals for detox. Do we know, did we get 100% placement, or were people turned away because there was lack of space?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And then in terms of the clientele served, do we have any idea how many clients transitioned into transitional housing?
I was not provided with those stats, no.
Thank you. My last question is related to, you made a statement about the correlation of increases of public intoxication, loitering, graffiti, and so on. How was that data collected? That's based on what?
That data collected was based from BYLAWS services that I received.
Thank you.
Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, you had said that $184,000 was the amount spent, so the City of Wetaskiwin would have spent $34,000 of hard cash. Is that correct?
So,
Because we received a grant of $150.
yes, yeah.
Now, my question then is, does that include any staff time or any of that as well?
No, that is just for the trailer rentals and the propane.
Okay, so staff is not included in that
No.
amount. Thank you.
Paul.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Billingsley, Rachel's position throughout the entirety of this project was funded directly by the Government of Alberta, and we received grant dollars for those, but those weren't included as part of this presentation.
Was or was not? The 35, Rachel's position is not?
No, it's not included. So there was a $150,000 grant from RDN, and then another grant that we received from the Government of Alberta to fully fund her position until the end of August, and then as you noted, $35,000 of municipal dollars to complete the funding for the project.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. Next, we have Jessi Hanks and Natalie Pearce.
Yes.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I don't think we need to introduce ourselves at this point. Most of everybody sitting here knows who we are. For those who don't, my name is Jessi Hanks, and this is Natalie Pearce. So after serving at the encampment last fall with Natalie, I did go forward and got a job as a supervisor at the Mustard Seed. Since their closing, I have continued daily to do outreach with the unhoused population. Currently, Nat and I are working on starting a nonprofit here in Wetaskiwin to fill the gap and ease the stress on the community at large.
When we registered for this delegation, we were unaware that a shelter to Hope Mission was in the works, hoping to be opened by October 17th. But we feel like the reason we registered is still valid. On August 23rd, an encampment was taken down by bylaw, I believe. And just a story that fits into that is that one of the women in that encampment, who I've come to quite love and appreciate, had recently got a job. And when she came back, all her stuff was gone. And so when the mustard seed came in, we had been approached to help with the transition, getting the people from the camp to come to trust the people at the mustard seed. And we did quite well at doing that. We got almost everybody went in. It took us about 2 months. So between that and this story, we are hoping that the city can perhaps provide a location where tents can be left undisturbed until the people can be moved into the shelter. Last year, this was easy for us for 2 reasons. One, Jessi was working at the shelter, so the people at the camp knew. I don't believe Jessi has any plans to work for the shelter, so that will be more difficult for us, but also because everyone was in one location. Right now, there's encampments popping up all over, as you guys know. Getting around to everybody, there's a lot of issues with the people being on private land, and so we're just really hoping that we can get one spot where people are accessible so that we can help with that transition again this time.
So in the hopes of having the same success that we had last year transitioning, we are asking the city to provide a location, again, where people can set up their tents and trust that they will still be there when they return from their day. We recognize that this will be a provisional solution enabling us to facilitate the building of relationships between the folks and the new staff that will be operating at the Hope Mission. We are not asking for toilets, we're not asking for dumpsters, fire pits. We recognize that AHS may have concerns with ensuring cleanliness, and we wanted to say that we are providing regular check-ins with the current multiple encampments that exist, and we have the ability to help with trash as we have been doing. To be frank, they are completely willing to live as they are and as they have been, understanding that a shelter is coming for them. So they are, I wouldn't say okay, but they are okay in their situation waiting for this shelter to exist. Adjusting to a new environment after having to so many times, it takes a toll on our folks out there. They're unsure of if their stuff will be disposed, they're constantly being scattered. By law, RCMP are running around trying to do their best to ensure that the city and community is safe, but it is costly. Most of these folks have severe trauma that already makes relationship building very difficult. We believe having a safe space with that is more accessible to the outreach teams that are committed to going out there would assist in the transition and will benefit not just the unhoused community, but the community at large. The businesses are not doing well with constant pop-ups, and it has been a lot of work for me personally to continue to go and assist the businesses on the south side. Yeah, and that concludes our ask.
Good. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the continued work that you're doing in the community as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Eberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that the City Council accepts the presentation as information.
Moved by Councillor Eberle. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just a few things, because you both know how much I respect the work that you're doing and our population out there and living hard. When we voted to close the encampment, and it was once the shelter is already open. One of those reasons that I did vote in favor of that was because of it was for security of the people who were living there as well. So if we were to move forward with something temporary until our hope is that something's going to be opening here soon, what would be needed to be put into place to watch that safety for the people living at the encampment would also be there? Does it make sense?
Through the mayor to Councillor Aberley. I read the paper. So currently, in regards to that, I guess there's nothing you can do to absolutely ensure the safety. But right now, they're not safe either, and they're on private property. So keeping that in mind also. And we can't check in on everybody who's on private property. Meanwhile, if they're on a spot that's accessible, it's a lot easier for us to ensure that they're kind of, you know, alive.
Alive, being safe, it would open up that doorway to us, because currently where they reside right now, I'm sure everybody's well aware of some of the property they're on. I can't get back there unless I literally pack a bag and walk into a bush, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lonsdale.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair, thank you for all the work you've done and continuing. I guess this question is more directed to administration. Like, we're looking at a fairly tight timeline for the opening of the shelter. Does this give us enough time to find a suitable location to get set up in time with the opening of the shelter?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lonsdale, I think we would need a little bit more of, like, anything is possible, but a motion would need to be made first, and then administration could provide a recommendation once we receive the motion.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair. Jessi, you commented about cleaning up trash. Where plans in relation to cleaning up waste or potential waste, hazardous materials, that kind of thing that would likely occur at an encampment?
So through the mayor to Mr. Nielsen, currently I am trained to pick up certain hazardous waste materials. So I do go around, and if there is anything such as needles, medication left behind, things like that, I am trained to pick them up. However, if we're talking about, to be quite frank, it's in the bushes. I don't know how else to say that more eloquently. It's deep, usually off in, and for what exists behind Castle Steakhouse, the waste that is back there, I have been making the folks clean up their own messes. And they have been. It's just I need to continue going out there daily, and it's also quite costly for me to fund privately, but I am still committed to doing so.
And I very much appreciate that. If the city moves ahead and provides a location for a temporary site, it's probably unlikely to be in the bushes. It's likely to be more in the open.
Yeah.
And that makes your bodily waste potentially more problematic in a setting such as that. Any suggestions in terms of dealing with that?
While I would like to say that it would be fantastic if you guys got a porta potty for the place, we are very understanding of how the last encampment went and the costs that were associated with it to the city of Wetaskiwin. All I can say is that the folks are pretty well versed in taking care of their bodily functions in a private and appropriate manner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Natalie and Jessi, how many people do you suspect, and I know it's going to be a guess, but would be in need of this encampment right now?
When we talked about this, we thought that it might even be reasonable to put, through the mayor, to Councillor Natalie, to put a limit on the number of tents that were allowed at the camp. We thought like even 12 tents would be a lot. We didn't expect to have more than 12 tents. And most people would be in one person per tent. Very few are more than that. I think in December, at the most.
I would say about 20 individuals
Yeah.
at the most.
And we are, when we request this, like, there are specific people in have been here for years, living on the streets, not just like a free-for-all, which is a common concern here, that people might just come just because there's an encampment. And even like if we were to talk to bylaw about those specific people, just like if other people are there, it's okay if they're, booted out or whatever the case may be, just to minimize the issues on site. But there are just some specific, mostly seniors or older folks who just don't have that stability to get ahead in life, really. They're trying, but it's hard.
Makes it pretty difficult, though, public perception-wise, to pick and choose who's going to be staying at an encampment. If a person is in need of a place to stay and you start picking and choosing who bylaw can kick out, isn't going to happen, or shouldn't happen, I should say. Councillor Billingsley. Check your mic, Councillor Billingsley.
Sorry. Through the mayor to Jessi and Natalie, you talked about 12 tents. Do you have a guess of how many people currently are using encampments in our community?
So, through the mayor to Mr. Billingsley, I would roughly estimate there's around 40. I would say 40 people using encampments, but I can serve up to 55 to 60 people while I'm doing outreach.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair. You mentioned, ladies, that the last time it took you a couple of months to transition people or convince them that they could access shelter. What kind of a time frame would you think would be a reasonable time frame if we went on with something like this to get people transitioned to the shelter?
So through the mayor to Mr. Nielsen, I would say it would be about the same amount of time, 2 months. And that's solely based on getting to know the unhoused population and their hesitations to trusting institutional organizations, yes.
Councillor Aberley.
Through the chair to Nat and Jessi, so one of the things you were saying with that, if I'm understanding correctly, that this encampment is going to help us with getting the unhoused population into a proposed shelter that may be being put into the community.
Through the mayor to Councillor Aberley, yes, I believe that the relationships that we've built up over the last year and a bit will be a huge asset in getting the people who are currently living unhoused in Wetaskiwin to feel comfortable moving into a new shelter.
Go ahead.
May I continue? I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion for later then.
Through the chair, Councillor
Yeah.
Aberley, we are in committee of the whole at the moment.
Yeah.
So you'll have to save your motion until we're in open session.
Okay, so I do that at the beginning, so I understand. Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Lonsdale.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair to Natalie and Jessi. When the shelter opens up and we have the encampment somewhere in the city, what happens with the encampment, and if it is going to be taken down, who is going to be responsible for that? Would it be the clients, or would that be something expected of the city to do?
Through the mayor to Mr. Lonsdale, currently, I do believe it is up to private property of what resides on their property. I know the city has been very gracious with helping a lot of the local businesses and landowners to remove it, but I do understand that it comes at a cost. And I do believe that working alongside the outreach workers who are in contact with the folks daily would help ease that cost, because they will clean up. It just takes people they trust and care about to sit and do it alongside them. You're welcome.
Councillor Blatz.
Through the mayor to Natalie and Jessi, echoing everybody else's comments, thank you guys for continuing on with the work that you're doing. It's really appreciated, and I love seeing how big the hearts are of some people in our community, because it's amazing work that you guys are doing, and I know it's not easy, and I know it's emotionally very strenuous, so I really commend you guys for continuing on with it. Some of my questions are a little bit more about the demographics about the people that are living in the encampment. Just previously, I remember that there was a lot of talk about different types of vulnerable people living in encampments, and one of the concerns that I had before was that there were a lot of women and a lot of pregnant women that were that had nowhere to go. And I was wondering if you guys have seen that in the encampments that you're currently looking after.
Through the mayor to Councillor Blatz, there are, I would say, about 40% of the demographic is women, and to your question about pregnant women, at this time, to my knowledge, there are no pregnant unhoused women on the streets in Wetaskiwin.
Okay, perfect.
There are, however, teenagers.
Okay. And that was going to be my next question, is how many people under the age of 18 are you seeing?
I would say I've served at least 15.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, you guys.
Item 10C, our delegation from Hope Mission. Welcome, Bruce. Morning. Cap, just make sure it's in front of you.
Oops. Oh, you broke it. I broke it. Okay, so I'm Bruce Reith. I'm the director for Hope Mission, and I have here with me Tim Pasma, and he's in charge of all our homeless programs in Edmonton, running the shelters there, and also will be responsible for the shelter that we'll be running here in Wetaskiwin. So we have a PowerPoint presentation, and I'll just get Tim to present that, and then I guess, and then we have a second part, which would be more of the vision long term. Tim,
Up here in the front.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much for having us here today. So I'm going to present a bit on Hope Mission and on the homeless services and supports that we offer. So these are offered currently in Edmonton, and we have a wide-ranging array of different services, from emergency services to follow-up supports and supports along the continuum of care. So a number of the programs that we offer are addiction recovery programs. So we have a program called Breakout, which is a men's addiction treatment recovery program, and Wellspring, which is a women's addiction treatment recovery program. We have emergency shelters and medical supports through our nursing clinic on site. We have a Housing First program, which we call Rapid Exit. And we have the Hope Mission Rescue Van program, which is also known as 24/7 Crisis Diversion. And so I'll go through each one of these programs in some detail. So our addiction recovery programs, Breakout and Wellspring. So these are 12-month recovery programs for men and women, focusing on holistic life change. Participants do not need to be homeless, but most participants that we serve do come from our emergency shelters, or alternatively also do come directly from encampments from time to time. Currently, we have approximately 40 participants in our Breakout program and 20 in our Wellspring program. And after graduation, participants can go to aftercare at Green Manor, which is a supportive living site that we have in Edmonton, and provides affordable housing and continuing care for up to 3 years. Many graduates from these programs also come and work for Hope Mission, and is a good way for them to integrate back into community. Currently, we have about 27 staff members that have gone through our programs. So just a picture of where we operate out of. So Breakout operates out of Immigration Hall, which is downtown, kind of in the Chinatown inner city area. And then Wellspring operates in Edwardson Place, which is a little bit more off-site in a residential neighborhood. So some new changes in our recovery programs. In June 2022, we received CARF accreditation, which is the Commission on Accreditation of Rehabilitation Facilities, for our recovery programs. So that was a big achievement and really stepped up the professionalism of our programs. Breakout will also be expanding with a goal to have 70 participants in the program by 2024, and those beds are very close to being online already. And Wellspring will be expanding to 24 to 28 participants in the program by 2024. So just some analysis of these programs. So over the last year, we've had 154 people enter into Hope Mission addiction recovery programs. Some analysis that we did of the programs in fall of 2020 revealed the following details. So this is from 2016 to 2020. We had a total of 702 people go into the program, and we had 117 people graduate the full 12-month program. And of those graduates, we saw an 81.2% success rate when, using the metric of return to shelter rates, which we use also for our housing programs as well. So that's quite a good percentage for people that are finishing a full program. So now just going into emergency shelters. So currently we offer emergency shelter at 2 main locations. We have the Herb Jamieson Center, which is a new facility that we opened last October. And we have the Hope Mission main building, which has been in operation for quite some time. So currently we operate 400 spaces for men at the Herb Jamieson Center and 125 spaces for women at the Hope Mission Center building. All the spaces that we operate are 24/7. We have designated spaces for those that are low mobility, those that are intoxicated, or those that just need a regular bed. And we just completed our Government of Alberta SAE, which is Shelter Accommodation Expectations audit this September. So that revealed for us to be in full compliance with all shelter standards provincially. Just to go through some of our standard policies that we have within our shelters. We have no limits on the number of times an individual can access shelter and no time limits on how long they can stay. Guests can access shelter if they are intoxicated. There's no conditions that must be met for someone to access shelter. However, we don't allow alcohol and drug consumption permitted within shelter. Weapons are not permitted inside the shelter either. And some guests, we do have a barring policy, banning policy, so some guests may not have access to services if there's a history of past violence or aggression. However, we do also have a reconciliation clause in that policy, so if there is somebody looking for reconciliation, we do offer that and we will have that conversation. Guests are able to check baggage and store limited items, and we have zero tolerance for verbal or physical abuse. Currently, we're operating in Edmonton at near or above capacity. So we're taking approximately 525 to 550 plus guests per night. This year has been, we've been at or near capacity earlier than normal, and we've seen a lot of people already migrating from encampments back to shelter, to stay in our shelters. We've also been really focusing in the last little while here, especially since we opened the Herb Jamieson Center, on developing our shelters as a service hub, focusing on offering more programs geared toward health and exiting homelessness. And by doing that, our shelters have become a gateway for community members to access services along the continuum of care. Just a couple examples of a service hub model that we've implemented. At the Herb Jamieson Center, we have a nursing clinic with 4 registered nurses on staff that work Monday to Friday, 8 to 4:30. They help community members that are in need of wound care, foot care, medical referrals, and social supports, among other things. We also have a housing and support hub, so that focuses on providing housing and community and cultural support services to shelter guests and community members in need. Other services that we offer in our shelters, we provide blankets, towels, clothing, footwear, hygiene supplies, and more. We serve downtown, we serve 3 hot meals per day on weekdays, and then 2 hot meals per day on weekends. We also have nutrition and water all the time. That includes, like, nutrition would be could be dry goods, but also sandwiches, bagged lunches, that kind of thing. We have storage. We offer a lot of storage capacity, which is always connected to the type of facility that you're running. And then we have connections to community and cultural supports. Just some key data from our shelters. So in 2021, Hope Mission Emergency Shelters provided services to 7,257 unique individuals, with a total number of stays equaling 141,393 bed nights. The average number of shelter days that somebody stayed in our shelter was 19.4. Vast majority of people stay less than 30 days. In 2021, 6,023 of those unique individuals stayed less than 30 days. We had 283 that stayed between 91 and 180 days, and 115 that stayed over 180 days. So key data, just January to August this year. During this range, we've had, so far this year, we've seen 5,849 unique visitors and 1,561 new registrations. We've served 369,215 hot meals. We've served 225,330 bagged lunches and sandwiches. We've responded to 230 overdose responses. So those are overdose responses with naloxone, and usually involving a call to EMS services. We've had 3,134 nursing clinic engagements and 284 nursing clinic emergency response. Just some information with respect to the cost of homelessness. Some data referenced by the Homeless Hub estimated the cost of homelessness in 2013 in Canada to be $7.05 billion. I'm sure it's a lot higher now. Emergency shelters do other options, or I guess institutional responses, such as provincial jails or hospital beds. So the way we see it is that shelter is a good way to divert away from healthcare and justice systems towards social care. Initially shelter, but then ultimately the goal being to get people into either addiction recovery, housing, or other supports. So just a little bit of information on our housing programs. So we operate a Housing First program known as Rapid Exit that focuses on moving community members into stable housing situations. We have a Rapid Rehousing program, which is a 3-month program for people that are lower acuity. And then we have an intensive case management program, 12-month program for higher acuity community members. These teams are made up of housing outreach workers and follow-up support workers. In 2021, Hope Mission's housing team housed 80 people. To date in 2022, the housing team is engaged with 805 community members, housed 52 people, and diverted another 51 people out of shelter and into more stable situations An example of that would be Back to Family supports. We continue to develop the program to focus on engaging with all new shelter registrations and chronic users of shelter. And we've also focused on embedding a housing worker in our nursing clinic as well. So just looking for those key opportunities where we can really connect with someone. Last program is the Hope Mission Rescue Van. So this is our ambulance outreach program that operates in Edmonton. So this is also known as 24/7 crisis diversion. The purpose of this program is to divert non-emergency calls involving homeless, vulnerable population from EMS and EPS. They also take calls from the public through 211, responding to vulnerable persons on a non-emergent distress. And they also focus on providing on-site support or connections to safe or suitable support. So often that would be to our emergency shelters is quite common, at times hospital as well. So from January to August 2022, this program responded to 5,325 events and engaged with the community on a non-call basis 441 times. In this time, they made 238 referrals to services and engaged in 32 overdose responses. In the winter of 2020, so this upcoming winter, we'll be operating an winter emergency response team on this program. So we'll be adding another van on the road. And Edmonton City Council is currently reviewing this program to look at increasing financial support. Other new growth and opportunities within our homeless programs at Hope Mission. We've partnered with the Edmonton Police Service Help Team to provide 2 navigators to that program. We've engaged in an encampment outreach team pilot project this year. So back in May up until currently, we've been engaging with people in encampments around the Chinatown area in Edmonton, trying to help them access shelter or supports. We had somebody that is a paramedic on staff, and he was providing wound care and other supports. Pressure washing and community outreach, we've really focused on cleaning the community. We bought a pressure washer truck and have been going around and supporting businesses and community groups in the area. We've really focused on expanding the Herb Jameson Nursing Clinic and adding additional staff to support the program. We've also added a community and cultural support coordinator position, and we're actively exploring the use of technology and software to improve our programs and safety. So here's just a picture of our pressure washer truck. And so last slide, just some key strengths that Hope Mission provides that I think should be noted. We have a very strong logistical and organizational infrastructure that helps us enhance our service delivery, resiliency, accountability, and project development. We're experienced at providing emergency services and also services along the continuum of care, so shelter, addiction recovery, medical supports, housing. And we have the ability to develop strong strategic partnerships with key stakeholders, whether that's law enforcement, government, health, emergency services, business associations, etc., along with strong individual community support throughout the Alberta community. Thank you for taking the time to hear this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that City Council accepts the presentation as information.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any questions? Go ahead.
If I may, I have 3. So you guys can jump in if I'm taking it out. My first question, just in general with Hope Ministry, and I mean this with all due respect, or Hope Mission, is that it is a ministry. And so there are some concerns of that being a focus. Are you catching what I'm saying and trying to be respectful of that? And so what are your, how do you deal with that? How do you work with that, navigate that? Thank you, Councillor Nielsen, for helping me.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I think it's no secret we're a faith-based organization, and that's what drives what we do. But that being said, we also understand that in the way we interact with community members, we need to be aware that we're dealing with people of different face, different backgrounds, different experiences. And that includes usually a large Indigenous population as well. And so we need to be aware of that. And the way we operate is that everybody's welcome at our doors. So everybody can come in. Everybody gets a safe place to sleep, a safe place to stay. They get, we want to have the highest quality service offering that we can. And I think that that's ultimately our goal, is to support and care for people.
Thank you. My second question was, you were talking about shelter stay days and how they were less than 30. And so I made an assumption, and it could have been an assumption that they were being transitioned, or is it just some people, they were being transitioned somewhere else?
Sorry, I missed the first part.
Is there, like, you were talking about shelter to stay days only being about 30 days, the average. Are they being transitioned elsewhere?
A lot of those would be self-resolved. So those would be people that are just looking for a short-term stay. Like, so maybe they fell in some more difficult times economically, but they're able to move into family supports, other supports, that kind of thing. A lot of those people wouldn't be going through a Hope Mission program, maybe addiction recovery, but reality is most housing supports take 60 to 80 days to house somebody. So if they're going to be, they would be in shelter for usually around that time if they were looking for housing.
Okay, and I think, like, to follow up on that, my sort of concern when you first were talking about it was, not concern, but question in my head was, is this going to be a realistic number for a more rural population? I think that when you're in the city of Edmonton, there are more resources. We're still building those resources. So do you suspect we might see longer days, that this number could or could not be relevant to here?
Yeah, I wouldn't come in with too many preconceptions of exactly what that would look like.
Yeah.
We don't have a maximum stay time in our programs. I mean, it seems like to me that there's a lot of chronically homeless population here in Wetaskiwin, but that's right now my guess. So I would say I wouldn't assume that the same situation would be the case here.
Okay, and then I just have one last question, thank you. Mayor and Council, I'm really interested in the HMRV. So did you say that you were asking Edmonton City Council for support for the one in Edmonton? So would that be a similar ask of us perhaps in the future?
Well, I would say that, I mean, Hope Mission has been operating that program for a very long time. And, Bruce may be able to speak to that to some degree, but, it was a real opportunity, I think, back in the early 90s that Hope Mission had to run a program like this. And it's been a wonderful partnership with EMS, EPS, and different groups. And it's so critical to how we operate as well, because you can support people and pick people up on a mobile basis to take them to shelter, and then you're also diverting those calls from emergency services so that they can focus on other things. So for us, it's been a great program, and yes, Edmonton City Council is looking at supporting it more.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, through the chair. First and foremost, thank you for the presentation, and I commend the work that you folks do in support of this population. I guess my questions are based on a balance, finding a balance between meeting the needs of the clientele you serve and meeting the needs within the community itself, and how it's reacting to the services you're providing and the impacts of the population in the community. So you mentioned that you had 702 people registered for programming, 117 graduated. What do you see as the roadblocks for getting a higher percentage of people successfully through the program? Where are the hurdles? Where are the pitfalls that are keeping folks from completing the program?
Good question. I think there's a number of factors to that. I think, programs can always be improved to try to increase retention, and we actively look at that. But I think the reality is we're also dealing with a very complex subset of our population, that is dealing with a lot of trauma, mental health, and addiction issues. And often the trauma is the beginning, the genesis of a lot of the problems that they're facing in their life. And so we try to support them through that. But the reality is a lot of people go through program 2, 3, 4 times before we can actually successfully graduate them. And even some people that graduate still relapse and fall into, back into a negative spiral. And so I think when you're looking at success percentages, of course, you'd like to see 95% success rate. You like to see, but reality is we're not always going to see that. And so, we need to have those emergency services are so important as well, because they are kind of that, that catch-all for everybody that's, fallen on really difficult times again, in their lives. And we need to have those services, and we'll just keep trying. We just keep trying. But we also are looking for ways to improve our programs, whether that's through adding better cognitive behavioral therapy to our programs, whether that's more medical or different supports that we can add. We continue to try to do that.
And then, thank you for the response. My second question is in relation to Natalie and Jessi's comments with regard to a reluctance of people to seek shelter because they don't trust the organization or so forth. And so depending on the number of beds that are available, if we've got people who are living rough in an encampment while local people are trying to encourage them to move in, what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, that if you have available beds, homeless persons can be transitioned from other communities in to occupy those beds. Would that be an accurate statement?
So do you mean if we had available beds in Edmonton?
No. So what I guess what I'm thinking is that the numbers they were talking about are in the 40s to 50s. The number of beds that you may be offering in the community would be, I don't know. But if we have local people who are not accessing the beds because they're living rough, because they don't trust the organization, and we're trying to transition them into that facility, could those beds then be redirected to persons from outside the community to get shelter?
I don't anticipate that happening, no.
Okay.
No. You mean, so say we didn't have enough beds in Edmonton, but we had beds here? I don't anticipate that happening.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, what role does your organization play? I mean, I understand when you talk about the City of Edmonton, and as Councillor Aberle said, all sorts of services available in the community. You've got outreach programs, you've got vans running, and all the rest of it. But because your clientele leaves the facility to meet their needs in our community in terms of consumptions, what role does your organization play, or would they play in our community to help create that balance between safety of client, safety of community? What is your responsibility there once they leave your facility?
Well, I think our goal first and foremost is to create a safe environment inside of our facility, but we understand it extends beyond that, and we want to support people beyond that as well. So whether that's us connecting with different outreach teams that are working in the area, if that's us, building relationships with more external groups like law enforcement or peace officers, to try to support people, when they're not accessing our shelter, we'll do that, and we do that actively right now in Edmonton. But I mean, as far as consumption, or other activities outside of our shelter, there is, only so much that we can do about some of those things. Mm-hmm. But we want to, support people as much as we can. We won't deny entry for somebody that comes in intoxicated, unless that they pose a serious threat to themselves or others. And we'll continue to be active participants in the community to try to curb the issues, whatever that may be.
Thank you. My last question, if I may, again relates to the breadth of program you offer in the city. in terms of support services, mobile units, so forth. What could this community envision those services being in a smaller community? Would you see yourself with mobile units and cleanup units and all that kind of thing? Or is that something down the road?
Well, I think initially, and, you know, maybe Bruce can speak to some of this as well, but, you know, I think our focus would be on running a really good shelter, a really good operation, and then see what, you know, what additional funding or supports might be available for us to offer. You know, I think we have a strong infrastructure as an organization to do more. It just depends on, you know, where those conversations go.
But also, like as Tim said, we want to establish like a really solid shelter and get that running smoothly, but our longer term vision, which you'll hear a little later, but I love the mobile unit. I've always loved that, you know, where you can go in throughout the whole community and get them back to the shelter, you know, and working closely with EMS and the police. I love that, and I'd love to do that in Wetaskiwin. It's just a matter of just starting to build that over a long term, so.
Thank you, and thank you for your interest in serving our community.
Thank you. Councillor Blatz?
Hello, through the chair to Tim and Bruce. Thank you guys for wanting to help us and for helping our community. It's incredible to see this much mature programming. Just seeing an organization that's already on its feet and already knows like exactly how to serve people is really interesting to see, because I haven't seen operations like this before. I posed these questions to Bruce last time, and I'm going to pose them again just because I have the same concerns. I made some comments last time about intergenerational trauma, and a large proportion of our houseless population is Indigenous, and I was just wondering, do you make it mandatory for any of your staff members to have cultural sensitivity training or any sort of Indigenous training? That way they have the proper knowledge in order to serve those in our community that are Indigenous.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So we do, as part of our frontline services programming that we offer, all of our staff do go through 4 core training. They go through first aid training, obviously, emergency first aid. They go through nonviolent crisis intervention training. They go through trauma-informed care, and they go through motivational interviewing. So especially in the trauma-informed care piece, we just recently did a training, additional training to that called Compassion to Action, which really focuses on intergenerational trauma. And so that's a big part of our curriculum when we teach that to our staff. We also have an in-house trainer that does this training, and he has been on the front lines for about 20 years. So he has a lot of experience working with the population, and that is a huge piece of what we do.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the mayor, Bruce and Tim, thanks so much for the presentation and all the hard work that you do. Tim, you'd spoke about transitional housing. Do you have a plan for Wetaskiwin? Are you have something that you're working with local organizations? Is there a plan in place to get this population to the next step?
So right now, we'll do a presentation following this one in regards to the long-term vision, and part of that is transitional housing and independent apartments, which would be a part of the new building that we're going to talk about.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lonsdale?
Thank you, sir. Through the chair, thank you guys for a great presentation, and appreciate everything you're working on. And just kind of backing on Councillor Billingsley's questions and into the long-term vision, I understand we're going to have another presentation, but once we get up and running and everything, and I'm looking at the 12-month rehab graduation, and then people can move into affordable housing for up to 3 years with supports and that type. Now, if we have people within the city of Wetaskiwin and surrounding area, would that be available to them in the city until we get something set up here in town in the long-term situation?
Yeah, so right now, actually, if I could introduce Kelly Rowe is here. We brought him from Calgary, and he's just moved to Wetaskiwin, and his total focus is to connect with the homeless population about recovery and moving them. Like, there's so many great recovery programs besides ours, you know, in Calgary, Red Deer, and get them to that, you know, to the different centers. So that's what we're going to do, like right away, actually.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Bruce, can you repeat that, please? I heard none of it.
Can you hear me? Okay. So Kelly Rowe, I just introduced him. He moved from Calgary to Wetaskiwin just this month, and his focus is to work with the homeless population in regards to talking to them about recovery, getting them to recovery centers in Calgary, Red Deer, and obviously ours in Edmonton. So that'll happen right away. It doesn't have to be 3 years from now when we build a facility or whatever.
Thank you. And then I have another question. Thank you very much. Welcome, Kelly. And then mine's sort of following up on Councillor Nielsen's comments that I would just like cleared. One of the successes, I believe, that happened with the shelter providers last year through Mustard Seed, and we heard it this morning with Rachel's presentation, was how they worked with the local businesses. So they were working with the mall. I know that there are several businesses in and around that have been impacted by where we call them the trailers, but where the shelter was last year. So do you have a plan already in play for that, or is that sort of what happens to those businesses happen to those businesses?
It's interesting. The business that's very close to there is the Huckleberry Cafe, and we are working with them to provide hot meals for the shelter. And so we do want to build a relationship with everybody, just like we do in Edmonton in regards to, like in Chinatown, to get to know every single business owner and support them. That is a vision.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Thank you very much.
Anything further? Thanks very much for your presentation, Bruce and Tim. Welcome to the community, Kelly. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 10D, delegation of the airport users.
Mr. Mayor, I think they had a second part to their
Oh,
presentation.
okay. Sorry, I thought that was further on the agenda. Nope. Come on up. Yeah, you're good. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, good morning. I'm Stephen Boyd, Principal Architect with Arc Studio. With me is Shay Gibson, associate of mine in the office. We've had the opportunity to work with the Hope Mission on the concept design for the new facility being proposed here in Wetaskiwin. So I think at this point we'll walk you through what we started.
Perfect, so you can go through the next slide. Perfect. So when we were looking at providing a new facility for Hope Mission, our concept took us to examine the natural topography and the natural landscape of the city. And so when we were building the concept for it, taking into consideration the site that has been selected for the proposed facility between 37A Ave and 36th Avenue, just behind Walmart on the west side. And having grown up in the area with my grandmother, living in the town, knowing that The area of Wetaskiwin is an amazing geological little area. If you go to the next slide, our concept took a look at wanting to create something that was uniquely geographically Wetaskiwin, something that encapsulates the meadowlands and the flowing wheat fields in the area, but also the unique parkland in the area as well, with the overlapping small hills and the intersections that those create. And so when we took some of those preliminary concepts, we tried to build a building out of it that would service the community. So if you go to the next slide, our concept took the idea of creating a building along the east-west axis, and then on the next slide, we rotated slightly to create these microclimates within the space so that we are encapsulating as much solar exposure from the south side as we can, and also trying to protect those from some of the prairie winter winds that come into the area. So on the next slide, we divided the space into 3 primary functional nodes. The one closest to the city being the emergency shelter, the center being the center of community and relationship, food being the dining center, and then on the west side of the facility would be the housing facility. The next slide. So we divided the space and started to separate some of the functions a bit by creating potential outdoor seating spaces, outdoor gathering spaces, and also separating some of the spaces out so that you don't have someone's transitional housing facility right next to the kitchen, giving them a bit of space. Next slide. So within the housing facility compartment of the facility, we created housing suites that enables everybody who's staying in those spaces to have views of the natural landscape and of the surrounding countryside to showcase and celebrate the space that they are. Next slide. Also being very familiar with those individuals who would potentially be utilizing the facility, those who have mobility access limitations, we created the facility utilizing ramps and barrier-free ramps throughout the entire facility, so there are no stairs and there are no elevators. Additionally, to limit the visual access to the facility itself, but also to help celebrate the natural landscape, we brought a lot of the existing ground and countryside right up to the edge of the building so that we can provide insulation for the space, but also to really help anchor and embed the building within the natural landscape. We've been working with representatives from the Hope Mission to develop a more slightly refined program for the space, but knowing that it's still very preliminary in its design phase. Again, on the east side of the facility, having the emergency shelter. All of the yellow boxes indicate housing components within the facility. The orange are amenity spaces, group spaces, dining spaces. The orange are support spaces and offices, or sorry, support spaces. The green are the offices, and then gray are dedicated to circulation spaces, ramps, hallways. Next slide, you can see the building located within the large site being proposed, the building being brought right to the north side of the lot, right adjacent to 37A Avenue, and nestled right within that top northeast corner. Next slide, you can see our preliminary floor plan for the space as well. You can see on the far right our emergency shelter with the spaces. There's an intoxication space for those specific individuals and a larger emergency shelter with the associated support spaces, storage, offices, washrooms, showers in the future as well, reception at the center of the building, the large dining space, large washroom, and large commercial kitchen in the center. And then on the far left, on the west side of the facility, there would be on the main floor, the lower level, dormitory suites with 2 different wings for men and women. And then on this next slide, we have our more independent suites for those who are transitioning and have been given a little bit more independence and responsibility to have access to their own space. And then lastly, we've got some understanding, knowing that the facility will have to be robust in its makeup and its material selection, so utilizing concrete block, windows, board form concrete to give the space the robust edge that it needs, but also to ensure that these are still very nice materials and nice materials to build with so that they're still cozy and comfortable for those individuals. And then lastly, you can see a concept image of what this space can be, utilizing some of those forms with of the parkland, the weaving wind-blown meadowlands and prairie landscape, and having it embedded in the landscape to make it something that's truly fits within the Wetaskiwin countryside. Thank you.
Thanks, Shay. Thanks, Stephen. Go ahead. Councillor Aberley?
Are we still in committee of the whole? Because I got confused.
Yep.
I move that council receives this, sorry. I move that city council accepts the presentation as information.
Thank you. Councillor Aberley. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, through the chair. In the schematic, it showed 27 beds, I think. Is that correct?
That is correct, in the primary emergency shelter space.
And then there's another 9 beds in recovery, or?
Correct.
And is there ever a time when recovery is used as a shelter facility? Like if you had more than 27 individuals trying to access the facility and you had open beds in the recovery?
Yeah, I believe so. I think Hope Mission will be able to speak more to the unique programming of that space, but we do have the capacity to enable connection between those spaces.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair, guys, very impressive building. Very impressed with it. Just a quick question. When we get into the building phase and everything else, would you be envisioning incorporating local businesses and also local contractors? Or is that something you guys have already set up for your other projects?
Yeah, it's a very preliminary stage at this point, the concept design, but I think kind of connecting. We haven't gone down the path of any sub-trades or anything like that. Who's going to build it all yet, but we'd be working with locals for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair. The design you've shared with us today, is it envisioned to be a one-time construction, or is it envisioned to be a phase where you do the front end and then you add the transitional housing at another phase, or?
Yeah, that's a good question. The intent right now is that this would be the original, this would be the one phase. It would start with the emergency shelter, possibly and the kitchen and all that area first. Potentially the transitional housing could be phased in. Opportunities you see on the site plan that there could be future phases potentially added if required, in the future, you know, going down the road if there's a requirement for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor BYLAWS.
Thank you. So this is basically just out of curiosity, because I really found it fascinating how you position the building because of winds and everything. And I was wondering if you have any more concepts that you have in mind for energy efficiency for that building.
Yeah, knowing that we live in a province that has a lot of winter, there's always opportunities to provide some more efficient glazing solutions, as we would love to have as much glaze or glass on the building as possible. Ensure that that's double, triple pane glass so that folks are comfortable within the space, but they're also energy and performative spaces. But in terms of energy efficiency for the rest of the spaces, again, we're still very preliminary in the concept, but sustainability and material selection would play a part in the project for sure.
Excellent, thank you.
Anything further? Well, certainly an impressive building nonetheless. I appreciate your time and the thought that went into it in bringing that, what it would look like in our community as well. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we have our delegation for the airport users. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. And I'd like to thank your worship, members of council, and the city administration for granting us audience today. I'm Joe Letourneau, and with me is Gary Stedman. We represent the hangar owners in Wetaskiwin. We have 40-some members, 44, I think, on our email list, but I know there's more than that that are engaged. We also believe that what we're doing, in a sense, does represent the community as a whole and can benefit the community in total. Now, I don't know what order you have the slides. I don't know if you've got... Good, I'll pass it over to Gary here.
Awesome. This one's okay to be first. We can have the other. This one's good, right, Gary?
Yes, okay, thank you. When I put together the slide presentation, I had a lot of information, and I don't believe I've been allocated a lot of time, so I'm going to ask you to skip through quite a few of these slides and hit just the high points of it. So we're going to talk in detail about about taxation at the airport. And I want to make it clear we're not complaining about the assessment values of the airport. This is not we're not dealing with that at this point. So this is with regard to taxation. But we are going to discuss assessment because there are some unique things about airport properties that show up in the assessment that may not be obvious to people when they don't understand the situation. So we're going to talk about that. Can we go back one?
Right to the introduction.
Okay, this is not exactly the same order I have, so we'll skip this. You don't need to know who I am. Again, skip. There's a picture of my house, but we can skip that. This is where I'd like to start. This is a map of the airport property on the lower left. The green is the frontage that the airport comes to the properties. And adjacent to this are a couple of subdivisions, a business subdivision and a residential subdivision. So I've drawn some squares on the part there, and these are comparisons that I want to do with regard to the different properties. So there's airport properties in red that compares to a business airport property off of the airport and on the airport. Similarly with blue and the yellow ones, for example, are vacant lots. So we want to just focus a little bit on those that are there. Next, please. I'll skip this one. Just as a note in passing, there are actually very few businesses at the airport. There's only 8 businesses or so out of 59 people that are there. So this is it's very little business per se that runs at the airport. Next. So this is the first of the comparisons. And here we look at a vacant lot that is situated on the airport and a vacant lot that's situated exactly 1 block away in one of the residential areas of the airport. And so you can see that the size of the lot on the airport is quite small compared to the residential area one. There are no services with the airport lot. However, the assessment value is $58,000 compared to $51,000 on the residential lot. And this shows a quirk or a feature of the assessment systems, and that is that the airport lots are assessed on the basis that being on an airport adds to the assessment value. So any property that's on the airport is essentially assessed higher because it is on the airport. And that's a feature of the assessment system. And then we look specifically at the property tax that was last year. These are my estimates based on assessment value and knowing the mill rates, but the property tax, as we see for a vacant lot, is slightly more than double what it would be for a residential lot, even with the size and service difference that's there. Next, please. A hangar is essentially a storage building and somebody stores equipment in it. So I've taken a hangar that's on the airport and compared it to a building that is across the street from the airport. Now this building is part of a residential lot or plan, so this is an outbuilding to a house that already is there. So the services on the airport are essentially none, and the services at the residential one are assumed to be full. The assessment on the airport is $123,000 for a storage shed that looks rather modest in its construction. The building that's adjacent to it and on the residential property does not have an assessed value, or at least not that it's taxed upon. So we end up with a building there that pays essentially no taxes compared to $2,800 taxes on the airport. So this is a quirk of the assessment system. We're not trying to solve that problem here, but I want to just point out that those differences or those bits of unfairness do exist here. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit where it gets personal for me because this is my property on the left, and on the right is the property that is quite literally out my front window. So this is across the road, it's off of the airport, and we have two properties there that may have quite a bit the same function. My building has a rather small two-bedroom apartment in it. I'm limited by the bylaws to a two-bedroom apartment size. Across the street looks like 4 to 5 bedrooms. I have a rather large meeting room area or open area on the second floor. The property across has a fully developed basement. I have an elevated deck. They have an elevated deck. I have a storage area which will hold 2 airplanes. They have 2 very large 2-car garages which would hold 2 airplanes if they wished. So my assessment is on the neighborhood of $1 million, and their assessment is less than half of that for what I would consider to be basically functional properties. So this again is the fact that airport properties are assessed high. I'm also penalized in the sense that this is very recent construction and my material costs were high. So this is the quirk of the assessment system. But here's the point I'm trying to make. The property tax on my property was $20,000 last year, and my neighbors paid, I assume, $5,200. There's a factor of 4 difference between the airport property and what I see as adjacent to that. Next slide, please. So, and then we look at assessment of businesses. And again, we're the same. These are 2 businesses, one on the airport, one off of the airport, very close to each other. The off-airport one has a much larger lot. The assessment, though, on the airport is again significantly higher, probably because it's newer, but nonetheless, it's the same function. And the property tax on the airport is quite a bit larger. Next slide. So this kind of, I'm sorry to hit you with a whole bunch of numbers here, but there's 3 columns. One is on the airport as last year's tax payments. On the right is, the second column is off airport. So if we compare those 2, then we're talking about quite a bit higher taxes for what I consider to be equivalent sort of properties on the airport versus off of the airport. In fact, a lot of places it's 30 or 40% higher, but 200% higher is not unusual here. So we can see that. This proposal, or this suggestion, and I need to go back because I did skip a point in my slides that I jumped over. We understand that it's possible for the city to create a special tax rate for the zone that is the airport, a special mill rate. And we suggest that that is actually a practical solution for that. And in doing that, the airport properties are special properties. They're neither residential nor business, so that I think they deserve a special mill rate with regard to that. And we're proposing it's possible to have a mill rate that addresses the fact that the airports are valuable to the people who live on them, but takes away some of this unfairness that we see in the resulting taxes that are paid with regard to the people who live there. So what we're saying that if we were to adopt a mill rate as a suggestion of 12 mills for airport property, that this right-hand column would represent then the taxes that would be paid by the individuals who live on the airport. So whether a vacant lot, a hangar, or one with a residence in it or a business. And what you can see is that by and large, we still are paying 30 to 50% higher taxes than the people who live off airport. So the combination of the assessment that's done by the province of Alberta and our adjusting for the tax rates, we still are paying a significant amount of tax, as in, I think, paying our fair share. Next. That's a wall of numbers there. In summary, it says that the total assessments of airport property represent just slightly over 1% of the total assessments for the city of Wetaskiwin. Revenue from airport was $325,000 last year. If we were to reduce that mill rate to 12 mills, it would be $173,000, which would create a difference, or a shortfall if you want to call that, of $150,000. And that would represent 0.1 of a mill, so a multiplier of 0.00011, as an increase in taxation rate to cover that if it were spread across the entire city, a very small amount. Or we could create this resolution to this issue by increasing the assessment values within the whole city, but preferably on the airport itself, by a matter of $12 million. Next slide. So fortunately, that's actually quite easy to do. There are 11 vacant properties on the airport at the present time. This is somewhat surprising to me. This is a subdivision that's 50-some years old, and there are still 11 vacant properties on it. There are a lot of properties that are hangars that are relic hangars that could and should be torn down and improved. There are a few new residence hangars, including myself, that are coming. And there are 8 businesses on the airport. Most of them I would call cottage businesses, one person operating a small business. But nonetheless, when they invest in their business, this is what the assessment would be. So moving to improving some of these, I'm not saying to improve every one of them, but if approximately half of the properties that were there were improved, particularly the vacant lots, but also some improvements across the board, it would be easy to generate $13 million of new assessment value on the existing airport as it is now, not counting any new property development that's going on that is approved for that area. Next slide. I'll skip this one. This is smaller details. And again, this emphasizes a little bit what I was saying before. The older part of the airport has 43 properties on it, and some numbers disappeared on me, but at least $7 million worth of assessment. And the newer subdivisions that are there have 16 properties, and they represent another $7 million of assessment. So the older part of the airport has a huge ability to generate more assessment value. Next. For some reason, that's the same slide. Okay. Let me just jump to my final conclusions and summaries that are here then. So this presentation has tried to show that the extent of the unfairness, we believe, at the airport. We think that there is a relatively straightforward solution to this. It would be to create a special mill rate that is to the airport. That mill rate would offer the city some flexibility to create, firstly, a fairness in the tax values that are there, and secondly, an ability to attract investment and development of that part of the airport, which is clearly lagging. And we're suggesting that a special airport mill rate of 12 mills could view to resolve all of those issues. Thank you.
Is there a second piece to the presentation? Did you want to ask questions on each piece, or do you want the whole thing first?
No, they're separate in our agenda, so we'll accept each as information. So we'll get through this first section. Yeah. Oh, okay.
So we're going to move on?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, they are this similar presentation, or very similar. Pardon me, yeah. So we just worked on these kind of two different perspectives a bit. Gary definitely has a direct connection to the fairness, living on the hangar, or living on the airport with his hangar, similar properties there. One of the things I think that shows the most in his thing is that the hangar is a success story in the city. The mill rates are what the mill rates are in the city because we need to collect a certain amount of tax dollars to run the city. Mill rates work when buildings and businesses are equally assessed based on their use. The airport has assessed values that are equal to those of other communities. Very unique in Wetaskiwin in that my hangar building I would buy for a value in Wetaskiwin, the same as a value in Cooking Lake, in Ponoka, in any other airport community. My office building on the Auto Mile, I buy for a considerable discount in comparison to Lacombe, Leduc, others. So when you apply an assessment, my assessment is considerably lower in my office building than it is in my hangar, which is a mathematical formula of the success of business versus the success of the airport. Had there been as much success in my business side, the assessment would be higher and more valuable and have a greater tax value. So in order to create enough tax revenue, we need a higher mill rate, which unfortunately is hard on the city, but is a necessity. I mean, mill rates are just an equation of tax dollars coming in based on the appraised values. By applying these same mill rates to the airport properties, you're applying an inflated mill rate to make up for the value decrease to a group of buildings that carry a full value in comparison to other communities. That's the fairness piece that is really missing in the equation. I think mill rates are fair, taxes are fair that need to be collected. But when you take that success of the airport valuations in relation, our mill rate doesn't work for the airport. And therefore, that's why we're requesting a unique mill rate for that airport. And I think it's critical, when I say I'm here for the community in a whole, it's critical to capitalize on the success of that before that mill rate can drive down the values and depress the economic ability of that community to actually develop and grow. Because any new structure that's built, as Gary has found out, is taxed based on the construction value. So if someone comes in and constructs a hangar on a Wetaskiwin hangar lot, he's going to pay a 22 mil rate on a fully assessed value. The same thing in Cooking Lake would be the same value to build, but a 14, I think it's 14.01 mil rate. So you're pushing a success story away from the city to other communities and other opportunities. So my slides are, I've got a number of things. We'll go through as quick as I can in respect to your time. I put it on 4 basic things here. We can skip through this and just kind of a summary of what's coming. So there's a lot of information here. Please take this back, read it. Current use, I think Gary's covered that over quite well. I mean, our hangars are just storage facilities. The toys in them are different. We don't have motorhomes and cars. We have a plane in them. It takes more space to put a plane in. And the planes are no more valuable than people's RVs, or, I mean, there's this misconception that there's a great value there. I mean, there are some that are more expensive, but there's a lot of toy garages that'll carry more value in them than the majority of the hangars that are in Wetaskiwin. Tax appraisal, we talked about that. Gary expressed that very clearly, that the appraisal value takes into account the value of the airport. So to add another taxation rate above that, the value of the airport is already taken into the tax appraisal and doesn't need to be in the mill rate as well. And then I already compared to similar communities, and I've got some more points there. Again, we know we're running long here already, so we don't want to keep you too long. So we'll go to the next slide. The economic impact. The number one pillar for your strategic plan is economic growth. I think the number one opportunity right now in the city of Wetaskiwin for economic growth is the airport. The reason I say that is the valuations in the airport are equal in Wetaskiwin to other communities. And with the correct tax rate and mill rate applied to an airport mill rate, would take away one of the large hurdles from developing that space. Some of the economic impact, if we're home to approximately 100 aircraft, there's a COPA, which is the Canadian Pilots Association, Owners and Operations Pilot Association. Each general aviation airplane, when you calculate all the direct response, and I've attached a full report for you there, it's quite long, but the summaries are good. Each airplane generates about $168,000 in revenue each year. Now, that's not all coming to Wetaskiwin, let's be real. I mean, that's including Transport Canada and a number of other facilities. But that's the economic potential of developing your airport area. There is a considerable economic machine behind aviation. Several airport businesses, we already talked about some of those. One of the big ones, we have an aerial applicator business that supports agriculture. Agriculture revenues in and around our area are a huge driver to the economy of Wetaskiwin. I mean, we're a rural community. Farming in the community and what farmers earn, they come in, they buy equipment, they buy vehicles, they use the city services. It is an economic driver in the city. Having the applicators here gives them options to do things that aren't available in other communities. We also have a flight school. I just went through my training there. While I was in there training, the majority, if not all of the other students were from out of the community. One was from Medicine Hat doing an instructor course, was there continuously, rented a place here in town, lived here in town, while completing that over the 4 or 5 months, my first 4 or 5 months. And she had been there before that. It generates new people to the community, generates income coming into the community. There's a lot of other, like you say, there's avionics repairs, or aviation repairs for planes, fuel, etc. All bring outside planes, outside aviators into Wetaskiwin to bring the economy up. And then the owners. Not all the owners live in the hangars. It's a unique and new thing. But those owners, when they come here, they modify their hangars, they update the hangars. They're going to go to our businesses, local businesses. I mean, a number of the hangar owners said, yeah, we came here, we bought a vehicle. You know, we are here, there's all the different vehicle things. You know, they're using the services of Wetaskiwin. So there's an economic impact already. The next slide, please. This is the parameters to capitalize. Well, we feel it has growth potential. We have an abundance of easily developable land around our airport. The proximity to Edmonton and surrounding population of pilots. I mean, we're close enough to the city for pilots to have their hangar and come down and enjoy their vacation. And surprisingly enough, when you read the COPA report, Alberta has the highest concentration of general aviation of all the provinces in Canada. I mean, we nearly have as many airplanes as Ontario and Quebec, and our population is considerably smaller. So we have in Alberta a large opportunity in the aviation industry. Competitive advantages, Wetaskiwin has titled hangar lots. In a lot of airports, you lease the lot from the city or from the municipality that owns the airport. I mean, there's considerable risk in spending a considerable sum. I mean, these hangars can be upwards of 500,000 and up to build. And what happens, you'll see on these airports, big hangars aren't built because you're just leasing the land. You don't own anything to sell when you go. So we have that development opportunity there. The hangar home concept is extremely rare in Canada, but it has merit. There's a lot of old-timers that have had their money, that have done aviation. I'm not calling you an old-timer, Gary, but they want to enjoy their avocation and their retirement. If they have their home and their airplane, everything in one, it's a unique concept that I think has merit, and with the aging population that have airplanes, it gives us an opportunity to get that group. Certified airport makes a big difference in the sense that it is secure. We know that there's a quality airport that's being maintained and kept up. It also protects being in a built-up area. If Transport Canada were to designate the built-up area, it would have detrimental effects on the airport if it weren't certified. So it does give a comfort level to aviators to have that certification. On-site aircraft maintenance, repairs, avionics, all right here. I landed with a flat tire in I don't remember the airport now. It was such a great experience. But it was a 3-hour drive away. They didn't have a mechanic shop. So I had to bring an airplane mechanic from Wetaskiwin there to repair this. I mean, having that right on site probably would have saved hundreds, if not $1,000. It just has an advantage having people right here. So that gives us an advantage in our airport. And we're outside the air control space in Edmonton International. Flying stuff, you don't want to be inside that first circle because everything you do has to go through the Edmonton terminal and get clearance. We don't have that in Wetaskiwin. We can take off, we can get out of the area before having to deal with the international airport. Parameters that are needed, clearly the tax levies are a huge part of this. I mean, when you compare the tax levies to others, we just lose our competitive advantage in the fact that there's double the cost or nearly double the cost over other communities. And we need to have encouragement and marketing that Wetaskiwin's an aviation community. We need it to have that view that this is the place to be if you're an aviator in Alberta. There's things here that we're growing this. We are committed to having this as our success story. Next slide, please. The economic potential, besides the empty lots, I'm focusing on the 70 lots that are shovel-ready or near shovel-ready. If you add about $500,000 hangar to each one of these lots, very conservatively, with land value and a building, $500,000 in construction would go to our local contractors. So that's going to generate $35 million of economic activity, plus it gives you the tax revenues. And with COPA's study, about 40 full-time equivalent jobs come from the aircraft that are on Wetaskiwin's airport. Not all locally again. I'm not trying to say we get everything, but we do get a piece of that. Increased development generates additional aviation business. Again, the same as the ones that are here now. You're going to go down to the co-op. I mean, I've been to the co-op, I don't know how many times since I bought my hangar to put things in my hangar. The costs never stop. The additional tax revenue, if we take the approximate value of $500,000 per lot, which is a very conservative estimate, and we have a mill rate of 13 to bring our tax rate into a competitive mill rate, the additional tax revenue would be $455,000 a year on that development. Next slide, please. The other pillar that the airport really fits well to your strategic plan is the community. I just became an aviator last year. I show up at the airport at my hangar, and I have 45 new friends. 45 connections that you can go and you're out in your hangar and you go over and you talk to your neighbor, you engage with them. Much different than most communities where you may have one neighbor you know, but for the most part, you keep to yourself. You know a few people in your neighborhood maybe, but not a lot. The airport community is a tight community. So there's an immediate community sense there. That community mindedness, I believe, translates into more opportunity for community mindedness in the city and more support for city community stuff. But the community goes beyond the municipal borders just in this hangar. There's the Alberta community, which is, I said, the largest in there, that have fly-in breakfasts and have different activities. If you can put something that makes it a destination. We've got the airport already that has, or sorry, the museum, the Reynolds Museum has some airport museum there already, with the potential for an expansion of that. It's in the plans, it has been in the works for a number of years. Hopefully it gets built soon. But that's a reason for these aviators to get in their planes and go somewhere. Let's make that somewhere Wetaskiwin. But beyond those, you have international. A lot of US travelers want to fly up to Alaska. And, you know, in setting up this and going through this, there's an opportunity here, a very unique opportunity. When you fly in, and a lot of these US pilots are going to have some fairly nice airplanes, and they're not going to go all the way there in one day. So if they're going to stop somewhere, let's be the place to stop. Let's have a real Airbnb. You may have people that can, like my hangar has space for another plane. I can bill it out my airport, and if I have an airport residence, have someone that's flying in from the US stop here. If they get weather delays, maybe they're here a few days, but they're in our community, they're going to our restaurants, they're using our community services. So that community is there. Then there's air cadets and connecting with them. There's been some young aviators clubs in different airports where you set up, you know, to give young people the experience of flying, of, you know, a small airplane and what it does. There's lots in the airport group that we can do within our airport to grow a bigger community. And another slide, please. That's all. I thought there was one more, but maybe I'm not. No, that is it. Really, to sum it all up, we have an economic opportunity, and we need to grasp it as a city. I think, you know, we have a lot of opportunity in the city that's untapped. We need to make this city a place to invest, and this is a good place to start.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council accepts the presentation as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Questions, comments? Councillor Billingsley.
Actually, mine's more of a comment through the chair to, I guess it would be to Gary. It really resonated with me where you talked about that you're already paying in your assessment for the value of your property being elevated, right? Where you had said that your property was worth $1 million. But if you were to build that same property, spec it out the same across the street, the assessment would be less. Is that what you were saying?
I'm estimating that the building, the development that I did on my lot, if it were built across the street, would be assessed at approximately $650,000. So
you're paying for $350,000 for the luxury of having a taxiway to the runway. And I think that that's the point you were trying to make, is you're already paying extra because you are on the airport.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor. Gandam, through the chair to Joe and Gary. Thank you for the presentation. And Joe did come and speak to me about this before, because my number one question for Joe, and it's going to be again for you, is why this year, right? Why is this suddenly coming up now as being something that is of such importance now? And I need to understand that, because, and what the question I asked Joe, and I'm still working through in my head, is that when you bought the property, you knew how it was being taxed. So that's just, work it out for me, please.
Yes, I did expect the taxes in Wetaskiwin were to be higher. I was warned that that would be true. However, when I received my tax bill, it was significantly more than I'd anticipated. So even with my calculation, so some of that relates to the uniqueness of the assessment values on the airport itself. Some of that was a result of choosing a very bad time to build a building because material prices were very high. So maybe that'll adjust itself. But there's a deeper question to you, a deeper answer to your question, and that is, I'm one of the old guys and I'm moving on, but there's a whole bunch of younger people that are moving in. And they're coming up and they're saying, I want to build new, I want to build properties that meet my future needs, not the past needs. And those are more expensive. And then now when they're seeing the tax bills that are associated with them, they're saying, look, this is too expensive. I mean, for myself, the tax bill I'm paying represents almost 20% of my disposable income for a year. Maybe I'm caught in a quirk of some things, but it feels unfair to me. But I think that these new people that are coming in are seeing the same sort of thing. Does that answer your question?
I'll add to that a little bit, and by all means, everything you said is right. I think what spurred on this initial conversation was a number of the hangars, and not all of them, but a number of the hangars received a substantial appraisal increase this year. Mainly in the fact, and I'm part of the problem, I bought a hangar last year. My neighbor to me bought a hangar last year, and Gary built a hangar last year. That all set a new appraisal comparison for the hangars in Wetaskiwin, which generated a considerable jump for a number of hangar owners, to the point of generating a lot of conversation as to what do we do now? I mean, it's too costly. So that's what spurred the initial conversation. As we delved in, or as I delved into it, and as we talked more amongst the hangar owners, the economic piece became a big part of it as well. Is if we don't get this right and get it right now, we'd be going down the same path as my commercial building, which is reducing, industrial buildings, which are reducing in value, because of an economic condition that doesn't generate growth. And I think that's the bigger equation. But what started it was a 43% increase in assessed value, plus a 4% increase in mill rate equals nearly a 50% increase in the tax for a number. Now, not all of them. There's a number of them that got reductions because of what they have. But that is what spurred it along.
Okay, thank you.
Sue?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, Councillor Aberley, is this on? Okay. The other thing that I wanted to point out is I've been here 6 years this month today, and their airport users have come in and asked in the past, but there was no avenue to create a subclass in assessment before. And so with the MGA up, there's now the ability, and so the airport people had reached out again. I think the increased assessment spurred that, but this has been a discussion with administration for a number of years.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Item 11A, staff reports. Coming out of...
Sorry, I thought we had there's another.
Administration has a...
Is that, the tax strategy? Yes. Oh, sorry. That was my confusion on the two presenters.
This one's
Okay, thank
You're
you.
up.
Okay, thank you. The purpose of this is basically to present some options for council's consideration regarding the request from the airport hangar owners to consider a subclass that is non-commercial. Recently, we held a meeting with the airport owners concerning the airport taxes. Airport property owners are concerned about being charged non-residential rates for a non-commercial parcel of land or property improvements, as presented earlier in this meeting that you've heard from the two gentlemen that were here. For clarity, the commercial municipal tax ratio for the non-residential and residential tax rate in Wetaskiwin is 2 to 1 currently. Of the 60 airport properties, 11 of them have security suites, which are assessed at the residential rate for the security suite portion only. The remainder of that is at the non-residential tax rate. Of the 60 properties, approximately 40% are owned by individuals, with the remainder being corporately owned. Of the properties with security suites, 3 are owned by individuals and 8 are owned by corporations. It should be noted that corporations do have the capacity to pass the expense through provincial and federal tax deductions for expenses. The 9 properties have confirmed commercial activity out of those 60. At this point, we're verifying some of the others. Not all properties received a significant tax increase due to assessment increases. 17 properties received a combined tax increase of over 20%, though, due to an assessment increase. Of those 17 properties, all 11 security suite properties are included that received an increase. The 6 remaining properties received an increase of 3 to 20%. Please note that all taxes include municipal taxes, school and school foundation taxes, and a number of properties have local improvement levies attached to them. If all the assessed airport properties not operating a commercial business were taxed at a residential rate, the resulting loss of taxable income would be approximately $130,000. This would need to be reviewed during the 2023 municipal budget and may be at a scale somewhere between the residential rate and the non-residential rate, as the legislation allows council to set the tax rates. Administration would recommend a starting point be halfway between the residential and non-residential rates, leaving a taxation deficit of approximately $65,000 or 50%. Council could further consider creating a second subclass to allow only those non-commercial units that are owned by corporate entities a 25% reduction instead of a 50% reduction as noted. If council is considering these changes, it is recommended that administration begin the process of inspecting each unit to confirm and validate the use of each space to ensure compliance with the changes. Just for information, the Municipal Government Act allows, when preparing an assessment of property, the assessor must assign one or more of the following assessment classes to the property: residential, non-residential, farmland, machinery, and equipment. The council may by bylaw divide class 1 into subclasses on any basis it considers appropriate, and if the council does so, the assessor may assign one or more subclasses to property in class 1, which is the residential. A council may by bylaw divide class 2 into subclasses prescribed by the regulation as well, and if the council does so, the assessor must assign one or more of the prescribed subclasses to the property in class 2, which is the non-residential. A tax rate must be set for each assessment class or subclass referred to in the section. Alternate options are that council could direct administration to complete a City of Wetaskiwin tax strategy plan, which would include the airport prior to making a decision. So that is something that we've been looking at through our strategy. Council could consider amending the commercial tax rate currently being charged for hangars not being used for commercial use and allocate a residential tax rate for these properties now or during budget. They could consider tax incentives for airport properties at the time of budget, as opposed to changing the assessment classes. The corporate strategic plan includes a tax strategy for the City of Wetaskiwin as a whole at this point for the coming year. Our current land use bylaw for the airport industrial district regulation. The purpose of the airport district is to allow aviation-related uses in immediate proximity to the Wetaskiwin Regional Airport. The safety of flight operations has the highest priority and shall guide and develop the authority in all of their actions and decisions. Buildings and land uses are restricted to aviation-related developments which add to the viability of the airport or require a direct connection to airport operations. Permitted uses do include aircraft hangars, aircraft sales and rentals, aircraft parts stores, aircraft maintenance shop, and aircraft manufacturing. Discretionary use include the security suite, of which we have 11 of those, public library and culture exhibits, utility structures, industrial, commercial, and storage uses that require direct airport access, temporary indoor storage uses by the owner, and the temporary means less than 12 months, so it can't be utilized as a long-term storage facility, and essential utility services. There are currently no provisions for residential residents, with the exception of a security suite limited by the number of meters and size that it can be. So that will also be something that you will have to look at. Other considerations are Transport Canada legislation as it pertains to airports and airport developments, if there are any. So at this point, we would like you just to consider the information, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to get a little bit of clarification before a motion. Is there a reason why the residents are called security suite as opposed to an apartment? In other words, their home that happens to have a hangar attached to it?
If I can answer that. Yes, because our current bylaw only allows security suites to be at the airport. And so during that time period, those security suites are assessed as residential. It was a way to allow for some of those ones where people were living to at least accommodate a residential portion or component to that assessment.
Okay.
So right now, our bylaw does not include other residential other than the security suites.
So would we need, if we massage this into something that possibly may have to be changed, is that from calling it a security suite into a residential building?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I think part of the reason we're avoiding a residential terminology is because of Transport Canada as well. So there are concerns with the land use bylaw that we know need to be updated, but we would avoid, I think other communities that have this subclass call it something different, and so we would be looking at those communities to see what we would call it instead of residential.
Two more things for clarification. In the alternate options, number one had direct administration to comply with the tax strategy plan. If that motion is brought forward, does that give enough time for us to make a decision at budget time?
The tax strategy is being brought forward as a business case this year, so if we were to look at this outside of that, we would be able to give you basic numbers at this point with respect to what would happen on the airport only. Yeah.
Sorry, we would have the ability at budget, okay. And my last question for clarification is actually to Vern, if that's okay. One of the presenters talked about wanting to go down to about a 12 mil rate. My question to you then, Vern, is will that, in your professional opinion, will that give us growth and will that give us a competitive advantage?
You'll have to come up to the front of the mic, sorry, Vern.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, through the course of this discussion, we've had a lot of benchmarking with other communities in terms of what they're doing around airport development, what they allow, what their mill rates are. And one of the biggest challenges that we found is that every airport, similar to municipal governments, operates a little bit differently. So it isn't apples to apples. However, what we did see is that there is a lot of competition in terms of industries that are looking for opportunities right now. And so when we consider our economic outlook being strategically situated for logistics operations, for example, like the home hardware distribution center here, the opportunities in aerospace, also considering that of all the available land we have publicly and privately for development within the city, more than 50% of that land is at the airport or adjacent to the airport. So I would say that looking at a tax rate that is more favorable for us to take to market at a time when industries are really looking for opportunities would definitely be to our advantage economically.
Thank you.
Again, for clarification, I want to be understanding Sue's comment when Councillor Billingsley asked the question about a tax strategy. So what is coming at budget is a business case for a tax strategy plan. And so if we wait, nothing will be done until that particular business case is addressed. You also made a comment, Sue, about if we did something outside of that. So I guess I'm wondering, in relation to Councillor Billingsley's question is, are we better off to address this prior to budget or wait till the business case comes forward, which will then delay any resulting actions?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the correlation is simply that the business case coming forward will look at a tax strategy for the entire city.
Right.
And if we separate the airport, we could do that piece prior to budget.
Okay, thank you.
Barb?
Also, at the time when we set the tax rate is another opportunity as well. So when you're actually, next spring, when you go to set the tax rates for each thing, considering what your overall budget is, can be another opportunity to break it into that additional class as well.
But clarification, and again, through the chair, Sue. But if we broke out the airport tax strategy as a separate entity from the overall city tax plan, we would have the discussions about what the rates would be, the different subclasses, and what the resulting impact would be on the budget when we got to budget. Correct?
Correct. We would just put a lot more words around what we've presented here today and present that as part of the overall budget, so you would understand what the budget impacts were at budget time.
And there is provision for more than one subclass.
Correct.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor to Sue, I guess then. So would you need direction then to have a tax strategy plan specific to the airport before budget? Does that make sense?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we would. So we brought it in as information. We wanted to present right next to the delegation and then not, we wanted to leave it open for council if you wanted to consider during budget or a different time. And so we have no other plans other than to bring a citywide tax strategy as a business case. So if you wanted something done in the meantime, we would need a motion.
Go ahead.
I'm going to make a motion.
No, we'll wait till we come out of committee of the
Oh,
whole.
we're still in, okay.
Is the rule on the size of the residence our rule or Transport Canada rule?
Through the chair, I am not sure. I'd have to check with Andrew. I believe that over a certain size, it's not, it is starting to consider more of a residential unit, but I'd have to check with Andrew to find out. I know it is specifically noted in our land use bylaw, though.
Then, so depending on the size of it, if we get into rules by Transport Canada, is that why we call them security suites and not residence?
Correct.
So then do we have a hangar or a number of hangars that are at the airport right now that don't meet Transport Canada's rules?
Not that we know of, but that was another reason why we had asked for, if it is council's direction to go forward with something like this, administration would like to access each of the suites so that we could accurately measure and capture what's happening in there, because currently those suites are charged at the residential rate. It's the hangar portions that are at question right now. So is there commercial activity, yes or no? And then we could verify the suites as well.
Okay. So I guess then it goes to what happens if the hangars have a suite that don't meet Transport Canada's rule?
I'd have to double check with Wendy, but from what I understand, based on the land use bylaw and what we've allowed to happen out there, we're still within compliance so long as we enforce certain things like fencing and not allowing access to the air side. So we've had a number of residents who, a few that live there that have had fires on their back area of their hangar, and because that's air side, it's not allowed. And so it's really just a matter of enforcing where they can do those residential type activities. But from what I understand, other than the odd thing with fencing, we will be in compliance.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue, is there a difference in a security suite where the owner occupies the space and a security suite that is a rental property?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I'm not sure. We would need to, I don't, there's no rules, I believe, in our land use bylaw that you can't rent it out. But I'd have to double check all the wording just to make sure.
And that's fine. And my next question is in relation to, have we done, or do we know, if the cost of maintaining airport certification is different than the amount of resources that go into maintaining a city street? So for example, you mentioned fencing, sweeping, snow removal, animal control, lights, hiring of an airport administrator. What kind of increased costs are borne by the city to maintain certification that a local that would be above what a local resident might get for services in their neighborhood?
So interesting question. We've done some of this when we were looking at increasing staff at the airport. The difference between certified and registered is that half FTE. So it's not a lot, but it makes a world of difference in the aviation community. And so we also did a quick comparator on, we know that the airport brings in more taxes than the airport costs us to manage, but we have not done a direct correlation, you know, how much it costs to maintain my street versus a street in the airport, but we could do that. I would imagine that it's not all that different. We do local improvements if they want improvements out there, same as we do with residents. They have the opportunity for garbage pickup and that sort of thing. So we haven't done that direct correlation, but we could.
But you don't think it would be that significant?
No.
Waste of time to do it then?
Could be.
Yeah, thank you.
To that point, though, taxes collected at the airport might be higher than what it costs to operate the airport, but there are still the services within the community that residents at the airport are still using as well. So it's not a one-to-one ratio of this is what it costs us, this is what you're paying.
No.
Okay. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Now we're out of committee of the whole. Councillor Aberley.
I would like to make notice of a motion.
So just point of order for this, you can add it to the agenda when we go to new business.
Then I did say nothing.
Yes. That's okay, thank you. And keep that thought, because I'm sure we'll chat so we can work on a motion as well. Thanks.
Thank you, please.
Yes.
Okay. Item 11A, Library Board, request for renewal of member appointment.
Awesome. I'm going to jump in and speak to this one. Recently, the Yellowhead Regional Library did an assessment the Wetaskiwin Public Library's Executive Board appointments and found that one voting member of the library board's term had expired and it needed to be renewed. So we brought forward a report to appoint Andrea Sandel to the Wetaskiwin Library Board with a term ending December 31st, 2023. And at the end of the year, when there are new appointments being appointed, we'll bring that forward to council.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council appoints Andrea Sandel to the Wetaskiwin Library Board with the term ending December 31st, 2023.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Welcome to the board. Officially.
Yes.
Item 15, in camera, section 16 and 24. Looking for a motion? Councillor Nielsen.
I move that City Council proceeds with the meeting in an in-camera session to discuss a matter which falls under Sections 16 and 24 of Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act exemptions to disclose.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. We will take a 7-minute break before we start in camera. Nobody listens anyways. right, looking for a motion to come out of camera. Councillor Nielsen, those in favor? Carried, thank you. New business. Councillor Eberly.
Is this the correct time to speak?
Yes, please.
I would like to make a motion concerning a discussion around a temporary encampment.
That will be 16E. Councillor Billingsley.
I'd like to add to have a discussion about the airport tax strategy plan.
Should be 16F. All right. So we need 2/3 consent on 16E, the temporary encampment. Those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Carried unanimously. And 16F, airport tax strategy plan. Those in favor? Also carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, 16A, Hope Mission proposal, combined emergency shelter and transitional housing facility.
Good afternoon, Council. My apologies. I have some food, some food in my mouth. You really cannot take me anywhere, so.
I know, we tried.
Thank you, Council. The report here today is to provide provide an overview of the process required in order for the Hope Mission to proceed with the development of a combined emergency shelter and transitional housing facility as per their presentation this morning. So a bit of a legislative history here. On February 28th of this year, Hope Mission did present during a committee of the whole meeting to provide an overview of their mandate and programming across Alberta. At that meeting, they had proposed the concept of a building and combined emergency shelter and transitional housing facility in the community to support the homeless population. And on March 14th, Council directed administration to enter into discussions with the Hope Mission on a future shelter proposal. On May 5th of this year, our administration provided Hope Mission with site maps of the available city-owned land parcel located on 5800 37th A Avenue, which had previously existed as a temporary emergency shelter location the year previous. Hope Mission had contacted the city on May 9th to confirm that they received the information and confirm that they'd be working with their team of architects and construction company to further the concept presented to Council earlier in the year on February 28th. It was on July 19th that administration met again with the Hope Mission and their project team to receive an initial presentation on the concept of a combined emergency shelter and transitional housing facility in Wetaskiwin. The meeting provided an opportunity for our administration to inquire about the specific details of the project and better understand the decisions required from City Council for Hope Mission to pursue the project within the city of Wetaskiwin. Administration has identified the following location considerations and steps that are required for Hope Mission to proceed with the development of a transitional housing facility as per the presentation to Council. So in regards to location consideration, the Hope Mission estimates that they would require approximately 2 acres of land to build the proposed facility. Administration has identified the land parcel at 5800 37th A Avenue as the best option for the Hope Mission's proposed facility based on the following considerations. First is that the size of the land is sufficient for the proposed facility. Second is the location is accessible to clientele and staff by a variety of transportation modes. And the third is the proposed use is compatible with adjacent commercial land uses. And a fourth, which was left out of the report, but I'll just speak to briefly, is that that site location had been used as an emergency shelter the previous year by the Mustard Seed. So, in regards to land development procedures, and just to walk Council through all the steps that we would recommend that need to happen, we put together the following. So, initially, administration is recommending that we host an open house. It should be noted that this is a non-statutory requirement, so we don't actually have to do it, but in regards to the political nature of this and the impact that this facility would have on the community, administration is recommending an open house. So an open house would be posted in partnership between the city and the Hope Mission to provide an opportunity for Hope Mission to present their proposal to the public, receive any feedback that should be considered throughout the development process, And identifying concerns early in the process would allow for amendments to be made before the statutory processes have begun, and will contribute to public buy-in to the project. The second piece, once the open house has been completed and council's received that feedback, is that the Hope Mission would submit a development permit or an application, and then thus the rezoning process. So in that regards, 2 acres from the larger parcel of land located at 5800 37th A Avenue will need to be rezoned under the city's land use bylaw once an application has been received by the Hope Mission. The current urban service and open space zoning does not allow for the type of use proposed, so administration recommends the property be rezoned to direct control due to the unique nature of the proposed use. It is recommended that the property be rezoned as a first step because the following steps would not be pursued if it is determined that the proposed use is not appropriate at this location. So rezoning is an amendment to the land use bylaw which requires 3 readings of council at 2 separate council meetings with a public hearing prior to 2nd and 3rd readings. Administration will schedule these amendments to the land use bylaw once the open house has been completed. So once the rezoning was completed, if we were to get that far, then we would proceed with removal of municipal reserve designation. A portion of the subject lands currently are designated municipal reserve on the land title. And this designation must be removed in order to be developed for the proposed use. Administration is recommending the land use be changed to public utility lot, PUL, which is a more appropriate designation of the existing use, as a good portion of that land parcel holds our storm sewer pond, sorry. And once that was complete, we'd move into subdivision. The existing parcel is 7.36 acres in size, with a good portion of that being a stormwater pond. 2 acres would need to be subdivided once an application is received by the Hope Mission. The subdivision process requires that all adjacent landowners be notified, so that would happen. And then if we got that far, and a development agreement would be started between the City of Wetaskiwin and Hope Mission. And as a condition of the subdivision approval, Hope Mission would be required to enter into a development agreement and pay for or contribute money towards servicing improvements, such as the extension of 37th A Avenue to provide access to the parcel, construction of a sidewalk or multi-use path along 37th A Avenue, and any other servicing requirements required to support the proposed use. And before construction begins, in the last piece of the process, a development permit must be issued. If the property is zoned direct control, the development permit must be approved by council. Other applicable permits, building, electrical, gas, plumbing, would be required. So speaking just briefly to servicing and infrastructure, in order to support the proposed use, infrastructure will need to be developed for the site. There's already a water and sanitary sewer line under 37th A Avenue, which the development could tie into. Infrastructure developments in the area would include extension of 37th A Avenue to the proposed site to city engineering standards, construction of sidewalk or trail along 37th A Avenue from 56th Street to the site, stormwater management design and construction, and water and wastewater services to the building. Administration estimates that these improvements require for both municipal access to the storm pond and as part of the development agreement, with costs being estimated once the final plans are submitted for approval. And the last piece here I want to speak to is land donation. Upon successful rezoning of the land parcel for an emergency shelter and transitional housing facility, City Council would need to approve a land donation of 2 acres assessed at approximately $230,920. Prior to this decision, if there are any costs the city is expected to cover, a discussion with council would occur. So our major recommendation here today is that administration recommends proceeding with an open house on the proposed emergency shelter and transitional housing facility to provide an opportunity for the Hope Mission to present the details of the project to the community, allow an opportunity for administration to present the land use and community impacts, and provide an opportunity to gather valuable feedback from all stakeholders in the community. Just speaking briefly to the implications, so financially, as per the presentation, Hope Mission is proposing that the project will be 100% funded through other sources other than the city. So in a previous presentation, as well as in speaking with the Hope Mission, the total cost of the project is upwards of $5 million. And my understanding is that the Hope Mission is going to put down half, or 2.5 million, or 50% of that funding would come from the Hope Mission directly, and then the other 2.5 million, or 50% of the project cost, would come from other levels of government, such as the province and federal government. The city would be responsible for the costs of subdividing and rezoning, which are really internal administrative time, donating the land, estimated at $230,920, and administration would most likely incur incidental costs such as legal fees to complete these transactions, as well as hosting the open house. Any other required costs would be discussed with council prior to subdivision. In regards to legal and risk, the existing land parcel is currently part of the drainage infrastructure servicing the area. The developed area on the subject lands will need to be elevated to ensure proper drainage of the site, and the capacity of the stormwater management facility may need to be reevaluated to ensure adequate capacity to handle the excess water. Administration would need to examine the ability of the existing utility system to handle fire suppression for the proposed land parcel. Currently, there are an adequate number of fire hydrants servicing that land parcel. In regards to program or service implications, all plans and permits would need to be applied for and approved as per city standards. And organizationally, the development of a transitional housing facility and emergency shelter in this community will have a positive impact on the broader municipal organization, specifically such as impacts that the senior administration and bylaw enforcement, as well as RCMP, have handled over the last couple of years. Alternative options that council can consider is council could make an alternative motion with the intention of moving the proposal with Hope Mission forward. Council could defer a decision on this until further steps are taken, or council could take this report as information only. Next steps, if the recommendation to proceed with an open house is approved, his administration will proceed in scheduling a public open house to present the emergency shelter and transitional housing concept to the community. We would advertise for a minimum of 10 days to encourage attendance at the open house. And that the anticipated timeline on that would be before the end of the year, as I haven't really connected with the Hope Mission yet on their availability, but sooner rather than later. Number two is results of the open house would be shared with council. And the third is once the public open house has been completed and a rezoning application has been received by the Hope Mission, administration would return to start rezoning the specified lands from municipal reserve to direct control as outlined in this report, and then that decision would come back to council for a rezoning decision. So with that, I conclude my presentation and can take any questions you folks might have.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council directs administration to proceed with hosting a public open house in collaboration with the Hope Mission for the purposes of sharing information in relation to the proposed emergency shelter and facility, and that the event is advertised to the public for a minimum of 10 days.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. My question is to Paul through the chair. Under servicing and infrastructure, my first question is, like, who will decide if a sidewalk or a trail gets put in? And once that's decided upon, who pays?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, and I'm probably going to look to both Kathy and Sue here. My understanding is that within the municipal development plan, we have certain expectations, and then based off of that, we would need a construction of sidewalk or trail from that road to 37th A Avenue, because we currently don't have anything over there. In regards to who pays, my understanding is that would be settled through the development agreement. And Sue, can you maybe speak to a bit more of that?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, Paul is correct. So there would be certain requirements in the development agreement that planning and development would consult with engineering and Aquaterra for utilities, just to make sure that everything is done to our standards. That would be included in the development agreement, and then it would be a cost of Hope Mission. They could, there are, some aspects of it that that could fall on the city, but like we had noted in the report, any of those pieces would be brought to council ahead of time before a decision was made on that.
And I think that might go to my second question, was under the land donation. There's a sentence in there that if there are any costs the city is expected to cover, a discussion with council would occur. And that's what you're speaking to?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are we thinking, or are you okay? Okay. Well, I'm extremely grateful for the work that our administration has put into this, the support of council, getting us to a position that we're in right now. It has been extremely frustrating, extremely concerning, extremely stressful for the almost 4 years that the city has been trying to mitigate some of the issues that come from our homeless population, especially when we don't have anything or the means to address the mental health and addictions that go along with it. I'm really hoping that a change in how we manage our homeless population, the supports that would be in place for mental health and addictions, and then the ability to have transitional housing changes the dynamics of our community for something that we've been witnessing, dealing with, covering with a Band-Aid or trying to cover with a Band-Aid for a long, long time. So I'm looking forward to the open house. I'm looking forward to the ongoing communication with our community as well as with Hope Mission and how we can build this into what I'm hoping will change the culture of our city. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 16B, Archives Expression of Interest Update. Councillor Aberle.
I need to excuse myself for pecuniary interests.
You are excused.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. So today we're presenting an update on the Archives Expression of Interest. At the April 25th, 2022 Council meeting, Council passed a motion number 185/22 requesting administration engage with local agencies to manage the archives function and bring back a report outlining options, timelines, and costs by Q3 2022. So I'll go through high level the process and then the submission as well. So the EOI process was split into two phases. Phase 1 was released June 9th, 2022 to 4 local agencies, including the Wetaskiwin District Heritage Museum, the Wetaskiwin Genealogical Society, the Reynolds Alberta Museum, and the Wetaskiwin Regional Library. We had one submission at that point, and phase 2 was released to that one proponent as well. They did submit for phase 2, which was released June 29th, and they toured the site and had access to some of that information on the archives collection. So upon the submission of the EOI, the 4 areas were reviewed. So the degree to which the proponent will contribute to the overall community, proposed annual archives budget required, including city funding requirements, a transition plan, including a breakdown of timing, communications, and one-time funding requirements, and the future level of service and growth for the collection. The interested proponent recommended they would like to enter into a 5-year agreement with the city where the proponent would manage the city archives with an end goal to take on the private records after the initial 5-year agreement. The proponent would aim to have the archives open to the public by Q2 of 2023 with increased hours of operation, increased accessibility, and increased interactive displays in the community. Administration would recommend that Council direct administration to enter into negotiations with the proponent to manage the city archives for the 5 years. There is one alternative motion, and that would be that Council approve funding for up to $50,000 to fulfill motion 428/2021 from November 2021, where Council directed administration to complete further analysis of option 2 and 3 of the archives assessment review that was provided by MNP and report presented in November 2021. And that is it.
Councilor Billingsley.
I move that City Council directs administration to enter in negotiations with the proponent to manage the City of Wetaskiwin archives.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councilor Nielsen.
Clarification, and is there any timelines attached to this at this point in time, or is it just all part of the negotiations?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes, there is. So they do aim to be open by Q2 2023. So we would look to have that in place by December 31st, 2022.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. What's that? That pause was actually for me this time. Councillor Billingsley. Welcome to the meeting, Councillor Blatz. Can somebody bring Councillor Aberle back, please? Notice of motion, Natural Learning Park.
All right, hello. So back on the August 22nd meeting, we had a presentation from Gordon Blake, who is a resident who was talking about a natural learning park that he wanted to take on as one of his own projects and getting the community involved. And I think it really speaks to a lot of what we were talking about in our strategic plan of community pride and getting community members more involved. And so I thought that was an excellent project. And I wanted to bring it forward for council to review. So I move that City Council directs administration to investigate an appropriate park area for an initiative brought forward by Gordon Blake on August 22nd, 2022 for a natural learning park to be brought back for council's review by March 27th, 2023.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I have concerns about this, and not necessarily the upfront costs of doing something like this, but I look at what we have already at By the Lake Park, whether it's signage and benches that we haven't kept up with the ongoing maintenance and costs of all that. We talk about that we shouldn't be adding more stuff without taking more stuff or taking the equal amount of stuff off our plate. And what I'm concerned is that we already have signs and things at our jewel, I guess I'll call it, of a park in our community, and yet we don't seem to have the resources or the, we don't find it that it's an important thing to make sure that that's upkept, and now we want to add something else. And so for that reason, I'm not going to support this until we take care of what we already have.
Councillor Nielsen.
I too have some concerns, but they're different. The motion speaks to investigating an appropriate park area. I guess my question is, how big an area? Are we talking 1 acre, 5 acres, 20 acres? And I think before we send staff looking for a suitable area, we need to be clear in terms of what we expect and what this gentleman might be able to provide. So I guess my questions would be, what specifically is the initiative? How many trees? What types of trees? What are the planting costs, and what are the expectations for city towards that? Supervision time to review and analyze the project and the work that's being done. Is there an expectation for walking paths, and at whose cost, or benches? Who maintains the trees? Is this, as Councillor Billingsley say, is this a project he will undertake, or is it an expectation that our staff now will undertake maintaining trees, making sure they're watered and so forth? Who owns the assets? So I wonder if we don't need to have an RFP given to the gentleman to actually provide council with some sense of what is in his mind and what we can live with and what we can't live with, and what the related costs were. And then by all means, maybe have this motion come forward after we understand more clearly what his envision of the project might look like and what the implications are for the city.
Councillor Blatz.
Just in response to the concern about who's looking after things, costs incurred and all of that, because Mr. Blake was really clear on the fact that he wanted to fundraise for everything that he wanted for the park. So it wasn't something where he was sitting there asking for the city to provide funds. He wanted an area of the park. But I do agree with you about, Councillor Billingsley, about when you were talking about we need to keep up maintenance on our park, because we definitely do. A lot of our signage is faded, and a lot of it's in weird areas now. So I think that a lot of the wear and tear of just how climate works has really taken a toll on a lot of our signage and our benches as well. But I don't view it as I view them as two separate issues, because I don't think that the maintenance of the park has anything to do with somebody taking on a small area of the park and making it more of a learning experience. I do view them as two separate issues, because I do think that in general we should just be we should bring forward that we need to park, because like you said, it is our jewel of the city and it is under-maintained right now. So I view that as something separate than what's being brought forward. I view this as a small initiative brought forward by a community member. So I do view that as a separate issue.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, I think. Have you had a chance to speak more with Mr. Blake about where he was thinking of such an area?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Then through the chair to administration. I am not opposed to the idea to this motion, because I see it as being very broad, like open-ended, in that it could be areas where parks already agree with, already exist, so maybe it's a part of taking over already in an existing area. But is there something that administration had in mind to give us a better idea of what might come back? Are you looking for a new area? Are you looking in for already parked areas? Areas in which we already manage, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, we would need to make contact with the citizen to find out what he was thinking. It's certainly not something that's on our radar right now. We did have a discussion in the future about having partners in parks where residents take care of certain parks, but we don't have that program up and running right now. So we would have to get clarification from the citizen and then I think report back to council on what the time commitment would be.
Go ahead.
To Councillor Blatz's comment, I guess, and you said that Mr. Blake was going to be fundraising and doing all that kind of stuff, and for that I appreciate. He wants to do good, and I understand that, but it's, By the Lake Park was built 30 years ago. Mr. Blake's not going to be around in 30 years. We're in our community taking care of this park, I would assume, right? So we're at that position with By the Lake Park where we have signs that, like I say, are in need of repair or updating. Who's going to take care of those signs that Mr. Blake puts in 30 years from now, and who pays? Right? Is this something that, is there, there will be expenses to the city. I believe that what he wants to do is not a bad thing, right? I mean, in fact, it's probably a good thing. But like Councillor Nielsen, I've got concern or questions of what is it that he has, and we're wanting to send administration to spend time on this when we have no idea exactly what he wants to do. And I'm wondering if we need to get, what was your proposal called?
An RFP.
Yes, where we find out exactly is what he is wanting to do, exactly what he wants to do, before we move forward in sending off administration on getting the information.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just so I understand, if an RFP was to go through, would it help, would it help that we had an appropriate area in mind to give him so we knew what an appropriate area before he created a plan? Because if he didn't know where he would be able to do something, he wouldn't be able to come forward with the plan for the park. Was that clear?
It is, but I don't think location is relevant. I think if he's got an idea, he can bring that forward and administration can find a place that would suit his idea.
Would suit his idea. Okay, thank you.
Of course, this is me speaking for administration. I would maybe offer an amendment in that we direct administration to speak with Mr. Blake on receiving an RFP so that they can investigate an appropriate park area for an initiative brought forward. No, that you can amend your own motion.
No.
I can make an amendment, can't I? I can make an amendment. Darn it.
Can you repeat that, Tyler?
That we direct administration to reach out to Mr. Blake so that he can looking for so that administration can find an appropriate park area for his initiative.
I'd like to also a plan, not just, in other words.
That should be part of his proposal, though.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just through the chair to the chair. Is the intent for that is still by March 27th? Is that the idea?
Let Mr. Blake know that he needs to get us an RFP within the next month so that administration has time to be able to investigate an appropriate park area.
Okay.
Just for clarification then, the motion as it's written then implies that as long as he gives us an RFP, then administration is going to find him land.
And if he doesn't get us an RFP, we don't have administration spending time on.
Totally understood.
Yeah.
But what if the RFP is way beyond the scope of what we think is reasonable? And we want to pare the RFP back before. See, I hear the motion saying, if you give us an RFP, we'll find you a spot that can do what it is you want us to do.
Maybe when he gives us an RFP saying he wants 30 acres of land, the response is we don't have an appropriate park to meet your RFP.
But are we not asking for an RFP to assess the proposal? And if we think it's a thumbs up, then we would direct administration to find a suitable location.
Correct. So it's cutting out a step of administration then having to bring that back. Leaving it with administration to find an appropriate park space for his RFP.
If we approve the RFP.
If administration approves the RFP.
Okay.
I'm leaving it with administration's capable hands.
Yeah, I might need a couple minutes because I don't think we can direct a resident to do an RFP. So Sue, do you mind?
Can we request an RFP?
We can request, but yeah, do you mind if we just take a couple of minutes to sort this out?
And my
Thank you.
amendment can be that we request an RFP to move forward with that. So
Okay.
definitely not.
Thank you, Council, for your patience while we sort that one out. Okay, I'll put the new motion on the screen for the amendment.
So our thinking with this motion is that we'll contact Gordon Blake, and then I have a list of notes that was made for the questions from council, and I'll make sure that he understands that those are the pieces we need answered, and then we can figure out what his vision is for this whole thing. We'll ask those pointed questions to get the answers that council has already asked of those questions, and then we can report back either that we received the information and this is what we would recommend going forward, or that we did not receive the information by that date.
Works for me. To the amendment. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. So then the whole motion will be...
Is that?
Oh, that's the whole motion.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll put that back on the screen.
The amendment became the motion. Sorry, Councillor Blatz. You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Are we ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. To that, and not to the motion or the amendment, but just that when we encourage and want our community to get involved, and we get somebody who brings an idea forward, that we and maybe not exhaust our ability to find how we can make that work, but just so that we're making sure that the community knows that while we're asking you to be a part of and bring your ideas forward, that when they do, they're not dismissed in council chambers or maybe not pursued like they could or like they should be. So I appreciate the fact that we are following up with this and making sure that Mr. Blake has the opportunity to bring his idea forward, and council may or may not bring that to fruition. Notice of motion, social media policy for council. Turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Aberley.
Nielsen. It's Nielsen.
Oh, sorry. I will turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Nielsen.
Neither is Deputy Mayor Nielsen.
I forgot we fired you. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Councilor Nielsen.
All right, so we're on topic 16D, notice of motion, social media policy for council. And I believe we're getting it from His Worship, Mr. Gandam.
I move that City Council directs administration to create a social media policy for members of council, and I can speak to that. And it's not that members of this council are making this motion necessary, but as I see other municipalities, other elected officials, and the rise of social media and that being a channel for information, I think that it would be in our best interest to have something in place now so that we aren't reacting to a negative post or instance or whatever it happens to be. We have the ability now to put something in writing so that we have guidelines for social media with council. We have a social media policy for staff, and I think it's important that we do so for council as well, as we are representatives of the city of Wetaskiwin. That was my motive behind bringing this forward. I've had the opportunity to read a couple of social media policies that are in existence already. Tabor has one, and just, again, being proactive instead of having to be reactive if a member of council, including myself, goes rogue on social media, as I've been known to do. Councillor Billingsley.
Excuse me, Councillor Billingsley.
Sorry.
Oh.
Through the chair.
To whom?
The mayor. I agree that this is probably a good idea that something is in writing for people that do social media. Is there any, I guess my question though is there anything in the council code of conduct that speaks to this at all? And would we be duplicating anything in there?
I don't think there's anything specific to social media.
Okay.
There could be some duplication in how you represent the municipality or the city as a whole, but I think there would probably still be some gray areas.
Might as well make it clear. I'm good with that.
And that's, like I said, that's my motive, is just to make sure that we have something in place before something happens as opposed to after it happens.
Any other questions, comments? Now, I learned in Calgary I'm not supposed to pause to give you time to reflect. I would call the question. All in favor? Carried unanimously. And I turn the chair back.
And now that you've done that, I'll also give you a piece of information that you may not have known, is that you can decide not to turn the chair back, and then it then becomes yours.
But I'm too late now.
That's why I'm giving you that information now. Thank you. 16E, temporary encampment, not Deputy Mayor Aberley.
Thank you. Am I able to start without a motion and start with a question?
Sure.
Okay, I have a question regarding a possible location for a temporary encampment. Is there an area, through the chair to administration, is there an area that we think might be suitable?
Through the mayor to Councillor Aberley. In regards to a suitable location, you know, going back what we did last year, there was a piece of land just south of the Walmart there, south of the stormwater pond, where there was a legal encampment that the city allowed last fall, I guess going into last winter. However, there was a number of challenges with that, and it did expose the city to a bit of risk. And so that's the only spot that we've allowed one previously. The only other spot that might be considered, but I would, because they're building an emergency shelter there right now, I don't know that that's the best spot, but where the mustard seed was, just north of that, would be the only other spot that I could think of. Any other spots that we've looked at historically for an emergency shelter have not, we haven't found anything else in the community that would work.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion now. I would move that council directs administration to set up a temporary encampment for our homeless population south of the stormwater area to the, I think that is west of the current Walmart parking lot, or the current Walmart building, and to include 2 porta potties, period. The date of this encampment would close at, I would say, December 31st, 2022. Period.
Moved by Councillor Aberle. Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Sue and/or Paul. The last time we set up an encampment area, we were required, I believe, to set up porta potties, lighting, charging station, water station, and firewood, if I was correct. So if this motion passes, is it a safe bet that we're going to be expected to provide those same services?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, yes, you are correct. Last summer when council had directed administration to set up a legal encampment, very shortly thereafter, Alberta Health Services had reached out to us, and they expect that there is a minimum housing standard required for any sort of an encampment. So that would be water, toilets, and garbage disposal.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Can you turn your mic on, please?
Mike, Councillor Nielsen, or Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Aberle. Why December, I think it was 31st that do we know when the semi-permanent facility will open, and would there not then be an overlap?
Yep, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it is my belief in something that I have read, but exactly where it was is that they're expecting the opening of the shelter, the temporary emergency shelter, at October 31st. And given the presentation this morning, I wanted to also give that extra 2 months for the ability to help transition our population into the shelter itself if it did not happen originally. Immediately, excuse me.
Anything else? So I won't support this motion based on the state previous sanctioned encampment had turned into, and it turns into, well, if it's not there, it's someplace else. I know that not sanctioning this encampment doesn't mean that we don't have encampments throughout the rest of either the city or the county of Wetaskiwin. But I can't support something being city-driven and it ending up being the state that it was in many times throughout the time that we had opened that up. We have now a plan in place for the vulnerable population, we have the emergency shelter coming into place, we've got the wheels in motion now for a long-term solution. I don't want to be a part of the Band-Aid solutions anymore, so I won't support it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam, and I appreciate what's being said, and it wasn't I agree. I agree to close down the last shelter because of those reasons. And the reason I've been thinking about this since we first saw our agenda is my hope in this temporary encampment is that it is seen as smaller, or it won't be as lasting for as long. So there is not going to be the continual intent of it to grow into something beyond what it was at the beginning, say last time, so an opportunity to get worse. I see this as an opportunity to transition our population more quickly into the shelter, as well as giving a place at this point for gathering during the day that we're currently seeing is happening around our businesses, that we're continuing to get complaints about from the local businesses in that area. And it is my hope that if we can bring the people to a place where they feel safe to gather, that will be a place that happens, and it's easier for security both for them and for our businesses around, and that it's going to make our process go quicker. So thank you.
I can appreciate that. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Aberle, I'm kind of in the same boat as Mayor Gandam. I guess I have some concerns surrounding safety, especially considering that at the last encampment and all the encampments before, there have been numerous fire hazards that have gone on, and some people got hurt. So I guess that is my major fear with it, especially if it's going to be allowed for the next 4 months. I'm fearful that that will happen again. And there was a lot of safety concerns that ended up coming from that. And so I'm really struggling with this because I see your point, and I see the whole vision surrounding we need a place for them to go so that then they're not loitering around businesses, and also so that then we have a way to get them the services that they are currently getting and a way that they can transition quicker. I'm really concerned if we do this again that it's going to be the same issue as last time. And so I just don't want anybody to get hurt, but also recognizing the fact that we currently have encampments everywhere anyways. So yeah, I'm struggling.
Go ahead, and before you do, is there any chance Trent is close by?
No, it's not.
No, there's no chance. Okay. Councillor Aberle.
And again, and I appreciate that with the fire, which is one of the reasons not included in my motion was the ability to set up fire pits. It is unfortunate that they will be cold as we get into our colder weather happening here, and bylaw would be like any other. I'm not allowed to start a fire open in a field without that fire being closed down, and I would expect the same bylaw to happen at the encampment.
And if this motion were to pass, my subsequent motion or the request would be to set up a fire pit there, because whether or not there is a fire pit that's available, fires were happening outside of that fire pit anyways, and part of the problem that we had while fires weren't being contained appropriately, being spread into the tents or the common areas that were happening. So I would say that one and the same, if this motion passes, fire should be approved as well, because that was part of the big risk there, was not having something that could contain the fire, and a fire was just built on the ground and could spread wherever. Councillor Lonsdale.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair to Councillor Aberle, and while I understand what you're trying to accomplish here too, and like I did have reservations about what would happen during the transition that would happen, and we were told that it should be helped taken down by volunteers and that type of thing. But when we look at transitioning into the shelter, we got numbers on, it's mostly local people, and we were looking at numbers in the 20s to the 40s and this and that. So these are people that are in our community all the time. Now, when you look at what we've done in the past, this will be our fifth attempt at it, and you know, starting out at the Civic Building downtown, and then 2 separate ones out there in the last 2 years. So I really don't think, and I guess maybe I'm not an expert, but I really don't think the transition should be that hard. I know there's going to be different people on the streets, but you know, we're going to be transitioning people from where they're at now over to another temporary place with the option to move in to the place right there. And like I say, once we get the shelter set up, I don't really think I want to see a tent encampment beyond that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Councillor Longsdale, I understand what you're saying. Unfortunately, because there will be a new group, once again, that trust is something that needs to be built with the population. In general, I do believe that we have people, mostly volunteers, if not all volunteers, who are working with them that would work hard, would rather see them in the permanent shelters and not living in tents. But that is not my place to judge how quickly that will or will not happen. I also believe firmly that Hope Mission will be working with those people to make it go quicker. I was just trying to give a timeline that is going to allow that to happen into it, and attempt to make everybody's job easier as we do transfer into what is hopefully going to be a permanent solution in our community.
In the absence of our sergeant, I will pose a question to Paul. In your opinion, what's easier for our staff and the RCMP in terms of management, leaving the tents and the encampments as they are now, or having a sanctioned city area?
To the mayor, the minute that the city goes ahead and sanctions like a designated encampment area is where you'll inherit a lot of the legal liability and a lot of the analysis from AHS to ensure we're accommodating the minimum health standard. Council could consider changing the level of service for in regards to how our bylaw officers are involved with tearing down encampments on private land. Currently, if a private landowner connects with our bylaw team, they will help organize the dismantle of a private encampment. That's what's been happening here since about June of 2020, and council could ask us to stop doing that, in which case the private landowner would reach out to the RCMP, and if they had capacity, they would do that. Previously, Inspector Durant's, his philosophy was to get on top of these encampments, very quickly, so they didn't become a bigger encampment like what was seen out by Denham Landing when it first started in June of 2020. And so since then, working with the RCMP, our bylaw team have been very accommodating to the needs of the private landowner, but you could direct us to stop doing that.
Didn't answer my question at all.
Sorry, no.
Okay. What's easier for our staff? Yeah. Leaving the encampments the way they are and having to deal with tearing down of the encampments when the property owner files a complaint, or having a sanctioned?
Leaving them the way they are and working with the landowner when they file a complaint would be much easier. The amount of staff time involved on illegal encampment last year was very significant, not just on my area, but also Kathy's area, with getting our staff involved to actually create the encampment itself.
No, but us creating that encampment. So that would be the easier thing for our staff?
I don't believe that would be the easier thing for our staff.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. 16 16F, Airport Tax Strategy Plan. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. After receiving the presentation from two airport owners, I see that what they are saying is, I can understand where they're coming from as far as the fairness in what they are seeing as far as their taxation. I also see the airport as being something that, as far as an economic driver and possible economic development, is probably our best chance at something substantial going forward. So for that reason, I will make a motion to, I move to direct administration to complete an airport tax strategy plan to be brought forward before 2023 budget deliberations.
Leave that up on the screen. Sorry.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Sue.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, sorry, I know I saw this motion before, but could we change it to be brought with the 2023 budget deliberations, just to give us a little bit of extra time?
Yeah, I'd be
Or as
okay with
part
that.
of-
Yeah, and I think it's important for all of us, I mean, because if what they were looking for would, that money's got to be found somewhere. That at some point where some decisions are going to have to be made, how important that is versus what are you going to give up on the other side. So to have it at budget, I'm more than okay with. But I guess my question though is, so if that's the case and we decide, let's say, whatever that dollar amount is, that would take place for January 1st of 2023, is that correct?
For that assessment year?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
How do you see that looking then? I guess like any other business case, council would debate it, and then, yeah, okay. And that's adequate time for administration to bring that back for budget deliberations?
It is. So Barb's done a lot of the work already. We would just need to put it into a business case and then, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Nielsen.
So is it safe to assume there'd be some, you're just bringing one forward based on administrative recommendation?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, Barb already worked a number of different options. We just gave you a few in the presentation today for consideration. So yeah, there's a bunch of different options that we'll make sure are in the business case. Yeah, everything from right down to residential all the way, you know, in increments of even 10% we could do. So like,
thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Meeting adjourned at 13:10.
Okay, just listen. I would like to acknowledge that today is Bobtail Day. And so it was in 1877 that Chief Bobtail signed Treaty 6 as an adhesion to Treaty 7 at Blackfoot Crossing. And so today our community members, the Musqueam Cree, are celebrating their Treaty Day. So I would like to acknowledge that that is an important cultural day for our community as well. And also just thank all of you for your support of Taste of Wetaskiwin. It was a special night, and you all know that I gave up many times in the last 2 years, and I didn't think it was going to happen. And it did, and it was a great success, and just thank you for everything.
To you and your team, thank you very much for not giving up on it. And even though when we spoke last Saturday, 9 days ago, you were worried about ticket sales, and I was like, yeah, you'll be fine, it'll come through, it always does. I thought that it might happen like Tuesday, Wednesday, not Friday. So, nice work. It was really well attended. I heard nothing but, excuse me, positive comments. Everybody that was there that was happy. The food was great. The drinks were fantastic. All the silent auction stuff, the artists in the center, the entertainment. You guys did a great job. Thank you. Adjourn the meeting now at 13:12.